Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy, it's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath, but
You've got to get that clock. I'm just looking at the clock. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Parks, Recreation, Community Resources Advisory Commission meeting October 7th. Elka, could I ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand and face the flag.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Amari, can we do roll call?
Commissioner Tullis?
Here.
Commissioner Warner? Here. Commissioner Maroney?
Here.
Vice Chair Horowitz?
Here.
Chair Elman?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, announcements. Austin, I understand you're doing announcements.
Yes, I'll be announcing the permitted special events.
We're just queuing up the presentation.
All right, so this past weekend we had beach tennis tournaments on October 3rd through the 6th. We also had beach tennis tournaments October 24th through the 26th. AAU Southern Pacific Grand Prix Series occurred on October 5th. The Frosty Olympics will be on October 11th, south of the pier. This event will be a cornhole tournament in support of ALS. Also on October 11th is Pumpkins in the Park at Edith Rodaway Park. The event will include pumpkin decorating, a marionette show, and more. Walk to End Alzheimer's is on October 11th as well, and this will be a 5K fundraising walkathon to support Alzheimer's and other dementias. October 12th, we have the AAU High School Boys Beach Volleyball League matches. October 18th, Volley for Sound. This will be a fundraiser volleyball tournament to raise awareness for hearing loss. October 19th is the Skechers Peer-to-Peer Friendship Walk. This is a walk from Manhattan Beach Pier to Hermosa Pier and back in support of children with special needs, public education, and their National Scholarship Program. October 19th, Mind Travel Live to Headphones Silent Piano Concert will be at the south of the pier, which will be a meditative silent piano experience followed by Q&A. And lastly, we have the Interscholastic Beach Volleyball League Tournament Series on October 25th.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have presentations.
We still have more slides to the upcoming city event, so Austin's going to pass it over to Brian, Senior Rec Supervisor.
And my sincere apology.
Yeah, no problem. Good evening, Commission. Just wanted to highlight a few city-hosted events that are up and coming in the city of Hermosa Beach. The first one is Carrie and the Prom, which is taking place this Friday at the Community Center. The Carrie and the Prom will consist of a prom in the historic gymnasium where the original film in 1976 was filmed. And the prom will be a fun festivity with live music, props, photo opportunities, and a live tour of the Community Center historic sites where the original scenes were filmed, leading into a movie screening at 8:30 p.m. in the community theater. Tickets are $10 to the public. You could reach out to the Community Resources Department for more information or visit the city website. Next is a collaboration community event that we are hosting called Teen Night at the South Park. This will be pumpkin painting, pizza, and Halloween, and with the showing of a Halloween movie in partnership with Beach City's health districts. All teens are invited in the community in the South Bay. This will take place on Wednesday, October 22nd from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Next, we have the Excursion, which is a monthly field trip that we take with the community members out of the community center. We will be attending the Haunted Hollywood Phantoms of Fame, a day of ghosts and glamour on October 8th. For more information, you can visit the city website at hermosabeach.gov/recreation. And lastly, we have some upcoming theater productions to highlight for October. We have UNBA, which just took place last weekend. Upcoming, we already discussed Carrie. We have Bolly Pop Recital, Dance Recital on Saturday, October 11th. We have the OCB West Coast Warriors Fitness Competition on October 18th. Rosie May Foundation, which is a fundraiser, presenting Bishops, Bills, and Babies theatric performance on October 24th and 25th. And then occurring weekly on Wednesdays and Sundays is Family Theaters as they're presenting the Mary Poppins Jr. Fall performance. And inside the Second Story Theater, we have the April Fool's Comedy Improv on October 11th. Remo Vision, which is presenting Evil Fish, a performance for the Halloween season on October 17th through 19th and 24th through 26th. And lastly, the Alex Manfield Fun Foundation presents a fundraiser performance on October 28th. For more information about upcoming theater performances, you can visit hermosabeach.gov/theater. And that concludes our presentations.
Well, you're just very busy this month, aren't we? Next, okay, Amari, you're going to set us up for the presentations?
Yes, I am. First, we're going to have our lead special events coordinator, Kaylin, to lead the presentation of AAU Hermosa Beach Championship, AVP Junior National Championship, and JVA BVCA National Championship Economic Benefits presentation.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Tonight's presentation will discuss the Economic Benefits Survey results for AAU Hermosa Beach Championship, AVP Junior National Championships, and JVA BVCA National Championships for their 2025 events. Next slide. At the Commission's July 5th meeting, the Commission requested AAU, AVP, and JVA BVCA to have their attendees complete an economic benefits survey to better understand the fiscal impact from each event. Thank you to Commissioner Tullis for putting together the survey questions for staff to distribute to the event producers. A total of 9 questions were provided, with 7 being multiple choice and 2 being open-ended questions. Next slide. AAU received a total of 22 responses from their event attendees. The following questions and answers are as follows. The first question was, how many people were in your traveling party? And as you can see on the chart, the majority of responses answered 3 to 4 people. The second question was, where did you travel from? And as displayed on the chart, half of the responses traveled from out of state, while the other half traveled from another part of California or locally in the South Bay area. The third question was, how many nights did you stay in or near Hermosa Beach? In which a majority stayed for 3 or more nights. Next slide. The fourth question asked, where did you stay? Most of the responses stayed in an Airbnb or short-term rental, and the second most used lodging element was in a hotel or motel. The fifth question was, excluding lodging, about how much did your traveling party spend locally during your visit in Hermosa Beach in total? On this question, we did receive a mix of responses, as you can see, but a majority of the responses spent $1,000 or more. Next slide. The sixth question asked, what did you spend money on in Hermosa Beach? Most responses spent money on restaurants or cafes, while around 20% of people spent money on retail shops, groceries, or parking. Question 7 asked, did you visit any businesses you probably wouldn't have if not for the tournament? 21 out of 22 responses said yes, and then there was 1 response that did say not sure. Next slide. Questions 8 and 9 were open-ended and asked the following. Based on your visit, what would you say about Hermosa Beach to a friend who has never visited the city? And were there any other comments or suggestions about your visit? On the slides before you are a few of the responses that we received. Next slide. AVP received a total of 154 responses from their event attendees. The following questions and answers were as previously mentioned, which we'll go over again. How many people were in your traveling party? A little over half of the responses were for 3 to 4 people again. The majority of responses traveled from out of state, and a third of the responses traveled from another part of California. Almost 80 responses stayed in Hermosa Beach for 3 or more nights. Next slide. Almost half of the responses stayed in a hotel or motel, and then around 45 responses stayed in an Airbnb or a short-term rental. Excluding lodging, around 40% of people spent $1,000 or more, while almost 30% of people spent between $500 and $999. Next slide. Most people spent their money on parking or transportation, while the other majority spent most of their money on groceries in Hermosa Beach. And then the last question was, did you visit any businesses you probably wouldn't have if not for the tournament? And 86% of people responded yes. Next slide. On the slides before you are a few of the responses that we received to questions 8 and 9. Next slide. And lastly, JVA BVCA received a total of 229 responses from their event attendees. The following questions and answers are as follows. 50% of people had 3 to 4 people in their traveling party. A little over half of the people traveled from out of state, and 38% of people traveled from another part of California. And around 85% of people stayed in Hermosa Beach for 3 or more nights. Next slide. Close to 3/4 of the responses stayed in a hotel or motel, and then the second most stayed in option was an Airbnb or short-term rental. Excluding lodging, almost half of the event attendees spent $1,000 or more, and close to 30% spent between $500 and $999. Next slide. And then 28% of people spent money on restaurants or cafes, while around 23% of responses spent money on parking or transportation, while 22% spent most of their money on groceries. And then 86% of people responded yes to visiting businesses that they probably would not have if not for the tournament. Next slide. And then on the slides before you are a few of the comments that we received to questions 8 and 9. This does conclude my verbal, and staff are available for any questions.
So we have some questions as I look at Todd.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have the questions. It's more of a question for, I think, well, I guess it's a question for a staff member of the commission. First of all, thanks to the organizations for sending that out. Really pleasantly surprised at the number of responses. Is really fantastic. And I also got a chance to review the comment data in detail. And there's awesome stuff in there. And I'd like to figure out how we can share that, both positive and critical feedback, with the appropriate people. There's a lot of feedback about how great Hermosa Beach is for families. They feel very safe, let their kids run wild, no problem. The very common critical critiques were around the difficulty of parking and the expense, and overall cleanliness, particularly of the bathrooms, the women's bathrooms, and cost of food. So I certainly have some ideas in my head of what we can do about that, but just want to put that out there that I think we can help these visitors have an even better experience next year with a little bit of work on a couple things.
Anyone else?
I'm just kind of wondering, with the figures that we have, is there a way to give a dollar amount to the economic impact? Would be helpful maybe for the chamber. They spent $1,000. How many families? Typical hotel room a night versus Airbnb. Is that something that's possible?
I mean, I know prior to the event, the organizers actually presented their own kind of economic proposal, or maybe their experience in the past or what they estimate. Here we actually have some self-reported data that I think we could probably take and project over the total number of participants. I don't think everybody who participated submitted a survey, but it does give us a little more fidelity on some of, where people report spending their money and how much they spend and how long they stay and where they stay, which, yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting things we can do with this that are sharing good news and also encouraging the chamber, for example, to do other things to help accommodate some of their requests for making it even better.
Thank you. And thank you for writing up the survey.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff because, we went from an idea to Todd taking the idea and giving us questions to having some really willingness from the organizers to follow up on it. But staff then put together this presentation, and it was really well done, so thank you.
I totally agree. Thanks for running with that so quickly. I do think there's a way to get some information from the event producers in that I'm going to assume that, they give them a list of hotels, local restaurants. There has to, so it would probably be helpful for us to get that information and see what we can do. The fact that food or parking is expensive, I think that we would probably find that true of any event, that's just kind of where we are these days. Whether or not we can give someone some sort of a discount would be an interesting idea, but a lot of work to try and figure out who gets a pass to park in that parking lot at X hours. But again, I just think it was a great start, but there is somewhere to go with this, and that's where we'll leave it with you, Lisa, to...
Well, on the parking, just, I noted some detail in the comments. So 3-hour limit, I think, has been addressed by City Council. They now changed the number of hours you can park in the parking structure. I think it's now 10 hours or 12 hours, so that's good. They did report that there was no parking signs in some of the garages on Monday, Friday in the morning, which was challenging, and finding parking was challenging. So another thing I thought of was, I know the Hermosa Pavilion up on PCH has a giant underground garage that they say is rarely used. Well, maybe through the organizers, we can both encourage participants to take rideshare, or, hey, you can go park here. You'll definitely find a spot. Yes, you got to walk, but so drop everybody off and go park up there. And I'm not saying we should do anything about the expensive parking. That will be what it'll be, and we know there's discussions going on about that too. But also the cost of food, I think, knowing how much these people spend locally, maybe we could encourage businesses around the pier to offer some kind of discount to tournament participants, right, during those weeks, things like that.
Something that the event producers can add to their list of things to do, as I look at Denny. All right, anyone else?
Yeah, I think it speaks to great collaboration between city staff, Commissioner Tullis, and the event producers to put it all together. And I want to echo what you said about really taking all of this information and doing something with it, whether it's improving the bathroom cleanliness or helping the participants at the events navigate the parking, whatever it is that we can help and the event producers can help. That this doesn't just lay flat here, that it goes towards something. So I think it's a really good start and really good information.
Excellent. Next, do we have?
Next, we have Denny Lennon presenting the AAU Hermosa Beach Championship post-event presentation.
Good evening. Nice to be back in my favorite city. I think I have submitted something before. First, I want to address we only had 22 respondents. That was terrible. So we fell flat on that somehow. I mean, we sent it out 3 or 4 times to our constituency, and we only got that many responses. I mean, Jeff got 229. That's what we're looking for, something more like that. So that is something we'll internally figure out, because our national committee, they're an $800 million impact on Central Florida. Now, granted, that's indoor volley. That's 30 days, and they take up the whole convention hall in Orlando. But they find that number because that has everything to do with the grants they receive and everything else. So I'll certainly consult with them to see how they get all their respondents in line and also how they measure it as well. But I do want to also say thank you to the city for looking into all of this and creating something that we can build off of and move forward and get better as event producers. Because just from the eyeball test, those of you that were out there, you could see we filled that city for all these weeks, and it's great to have all those families out here enjoying Hermosa Beach. That said, I just recently got back from Orlando at the National Convention for the Amateur Athletic Union. It brings all the sports together, but also has leadership and all kind of moments there. And I got to present to all of the volleyball club directors from around the country that come to that, as well as a lot of other people from AAU. So I had a similar presentation to that and got to brag about your city. And it was well received. Everybody had a great impression. And then the last thing I'll say before we go through this is our executive committee that runs the world's largest volleyball tournament, that one in Orlando, 5 of the 6 committee members were here, as were, I think, 4 or 6, 4, and then 6 towards the end, staff members, all from, those from Orlando, the others from different parts of the country that attended, and were just excited to help us put on a better event, excited to be in a partnership with the city. They really felt what I've felt for so long, that we're fortunate to be here. So just know that the city came off really well and they had a great time. It was the 32nd AAU Hermosa Beach National Championships. Yep, the granddaddy of them all. 32 years in it now. That's excited. 1994 is when we first came out here and launched this, and then it really was the beginning of a boom in junior beach volleyball programming, because prior to that, really juniors didn't have a comprehensive program they could participate in. They would generally play in adult events or maybe one-offs here or there. But this really is the founding of this trend across the country that's led to many opportunities for young people. Okay, next, please. Sorry, that's just too much. Okay, our programming. Now, we had a Beach Nation clinic, and what that is an opportunity is for college coaches to interact with young athletes that sign up for that clinic, right? They come in, and they're there on site, and they get to work through a lot of drills with those Division I college coaches, but the important part really takes place at the end, where they just sit on the beach and get to ask questions about what the steps are to getting recruited, what are the appropriate ways of responding and interacting with college coaches. So I think that part of our education of young people is really important, because we want them to go through and be members of the collegiate if they so choose, and that's it. Then we take off with our club nationals. That's where you have a certain amount of teams, 3 versus 3 or 5 versus 5. We move into our pairs national. That's kind of more the traditional style that you're probably most familiar with. We follow that. Next slide, please. With our co-ed pairs, and this is the first year we offer co-ed pairs, and it was really popular. There, a lot of the kids, they had a terrific time playing that, and the level of play was out of this world. And then King of the Court is another discipline of volleyball that goes by a measured amount of time you are on the particular king or queen side. All of these came off really well. Finally, I'll mention our player of the year is Casey Chow, a Hermosa Beach resident, goes to Miracosta High School. Casey is a terrific young man, and we put out a video that went out there that tells a story about how his sister once won our National Player of the Year. That's a real who's who list, it goes back to 2000 when we've been naming that, and that they had lost their father, who was a really important part of their life, not some 3 years ago, and that was right before the national championships. And Casey came and he found family right on these sands. And it was a really sweet time for us to be able to just show his story, and he's a terrific young man as well as a good player. I was bragging about our long-term agreement with the city of Hermosa Beach to our national committee, so I left that in there. I think that's the PDF version, so it's actually a moving video that has an overhead shot of all your courts, but that's a different version, so we can go on the next one. Okay, just show our different partners are that really support us a lot. Miramar is the one that is helps with our Queen King of the Court. SMAC was our giving out prizes to the kids. Volleyball Life is that registration site that each of the groups use. Beach Nation is one with the clinic. BVCA we put up on there because it was they and us who first approached this whole idea of working together, I think, in concert with this. And then finally, Day at the Beach, Mark Pa'alui is terrific and does outstanding work, and we're fortunate to have him. This is the one I thought was interesting. I brought on somebody this year. He actually works he works at CalArts. He runs all their websites. And I was fortunate to have him because when I was an athletic director at school, he was part of the media program there. So I said, could you come out and run our social media? He did. He had a real concentrated approach, very Disney-like in the way he did this. And we found out that we really did well. I mean, beyond the 500,000 views within the span of the tournament, it was the next 90 days where we got a million plus, and that's continued to grow. And it was nearly 80% that were non-followers. There were people that were just picking up, they were attracted to the action. I also want to make note that I got to do a better job of communicating with the city as to who exactly we would send our collaborations to, because we were sending collaborations to our national office, and that was working, but it wasn't working with the city as much. They weren't accepting our collaborations. And so I really should have worked in advance with them because it would benefit both parties, but we did tag them on all of that. And we're continuing to get really good play through our media. This was just a reminder that out of the AAU championships here, the Hermosa Beach National Championships is where we identify players for international competition. Our affiliation is with ISF, that's the International School Sport Federation. Last time we sent 2 teams that won your 14s division. They went out to Serbia, won a gold and a bronze, and that was terrific last April. That'll be coming up again, not this year, but next in Brazil. So we'll be identifying both our 14 winners from those both consecutive years as part of the teams that will be taken to Brazil. And finally, I'd like to mention that we got our highest registered number of boys to date this past year, at least in the most recent years. And that was great, and that we want to be thankful for your participation, the cities anyways, with allowing us to run some beach high school competition for boys. That's really important, bringing more young men into the sport. I think there's an opportunity that collegiate club beach volleyball could really take off with the AAU's help, and that we'll cross our fingers and hope that at some point we can move boys into the CIF by getting 126 schools to participate. And beyond that is perhaps if the NCAA and all of the school presidents will remove football scholarships from the overall list, we just might see a day where there'll be men's collegiate beach volleyball. And I think that would be great for the sport as well. And that's it.
Thanks, Denny. Any questions for Denny?
I had a question on the media report. Did you actually transmit portions of the games, or what were they looking at?
It was more social media, both still and moving, but like shorts, like reels or posts on Instagram.
Perfect.
That
Thank you.
that was more so of what we were sending out.
You do a very good job. Very good. I think of all the events that we have in the city that use social media, I think you are the best at it.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing that.
Thanks for following,
Yeah.
Tom.
I might tell my daughter you said that.
Anything, Todd? Anything? Okay.
Oh, great presentation, Denny. Thanks.
Thanks.
The amount of information that you share with us every year gets bigger and better, and it just shows that you aren't just checking off the boxes, that you guys are always trying to move forward in a bigger and better way. Maybe not necessarily bigger, but just getting creative, and I really appreciate that. So,
Thank you, and it's important because I've mentioned this before at this board. I mentioned it at City Council. We work with different cities on different events. This is our biggest event, and I'm fortunate that it's here because the city actually really cares. And you vet things out, and then you make presentations, and you do the work, and that makes us producers better at putting on events. So it's a good partnership for us.
right, thanks, Denny.
Right on.
Amari, next.
Next, we have Al Lau. I believe they are joining via Zoom for the AVP Junior National Championship post-event presentation.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Hey, Al, welcome.
Hey, sorry, this is Jeff Conover. I'm one of the event producers for AVP. Al is not here tonight.
Thanks, Jeff.
I don't have a visual representation, unfortunately, but I'd like to just rattle off some of our highlights from the event. Again, we very much value our relationship with the city. Similar to the other event producers, we work with Mark Paului on a joint setup and tear down equipment plan that's worked really well the last couple of years. So hopefully that stays intact. And like you spoke about earlier, we'd love to pass on some of those efficiencies and communications to our participants about parking and other ancillary opportunities to make things more streamlined and a better experience. As for the event, we were July 21 to 25 after AAU. We similarly worked with Beach Nation to have a clinic for all the participants, which worked out great. A lot of college opportunities for these kids. We had, at our traditional pairs event, 814 unique players. We used 53 courts. We had 4 tournament directors. We had 13 total referees managing the pace of play, making sure all participants, parents especially, are following the rules. We had 3 administrators of the event, and then we had 10 different divisions. We handed out 80 medals, a number of gift cards, and other prizes. And then, as was stated in the economic impact report from staff, we had 58% come from outside of California, so we're very proud of that. We were represented by 36 different states and 4 different countries. We worked really well with staff. Any issue that came up, I was able to quickly call, Austin or Lisa and get things rectified or assistance as needed. So once again, we had a great event with the city of Hermosa.
Great. Thank you very much. Hold on one second. Anybody? All right, Jeff. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. We'll see you next summer.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Smith presenting JVA BVCA National Championship post-event presentation.
Hi.
Hello, Jeff.
I'm there. I'm sorry. Something happened. I got logged out.
Hey, Jeff.
How are we doing?
Excellent. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, great research and doing that report was very insightful. And I guess I want to start there first. I think it can even I think the thing with the parking, I think you're exactly right. If we could do longer hours on the parking, I think that would be absolutely amazing. I think the parking thing for people out of state is they don't pay for parking usually. So when they come here and they have to rush trying to balance watching their daughter play to go pay the meter, it's kind of stressful for them. So having those extra hours, I 100% agree. I don't think it's the price as much. It's just running to put money in the meter. I think the report can even be expanded maybe even next year. I think occupancy rate for each hotel could be expanded of knowing each hotel and how many rooms they have for those each weeks and see where that occupancy rate is and then your TOT tax and what's actually being brought into Hermosa from those taxes. I think the report was right on with the amount of money families are just spending on food. They have to feed family of 3. Most out-of-state families, they come with either mom or dad or mom and a kid. And I can speak personally. I stayed at the beach house for 6 nights and I spent $4,100. So
thank you.
it's not cheap. And so on the average, I think the average family is spending anywhere between on just hotel costs anywhere between $2,500 to $5,000, depending on how long they stay. If they stay for AAU, if they stay for all 3 of them, which I know families do. And so I do know the investment from these families for all 3 events is very high. And so from my estimates from doing this for years and years and years, the average family, if you have 1,000 families coming out for 5 days, they're spending $2,500 to $5,000. And so that's anywhere from 2.5 million based on 1,000 families to $5 million over those 5 days. And so I think it can just be elaborated. We could talk to the restaurants, like what is your impact? What have you noticed? And really get solid, even elaborate more so we can really be invested in that process. And if there's things that we can do, I don't mind it. So once again, thanks. We had a great year. It's the best year we've had in 10 plus years. We had about 700 plus teams playing in our individual pairs and our Club v Club. We had about 460 teams in the pairs and 250 teams with our Club v Club, which is the collegiate style. And we had probably out of all the teams, we only had 80 teams local and the rest are out of state. So about 95% of our membership is coming from out of state. We have Manhattan Beach. That club is in Manhattan Beach. We have South Bay, which is in Hermosa, and we have Spiker and Huntington Beach. Those are the 3 main local clubs that participated, and that makes about 80 teams. The rest are from out of state. No problems at all. It's pretty seamless. We only had one issue, which we had a skid steer stolen off our lot, and it was Mark Paolui's. But Hermosa Police Department, Redondo Police Department, were on it within hours, and we returned it within 6 hours of being stolen, or when we found out. So that's just really amazing. Awesome. The response from the police department to find it so quick. It was super impressive. So I don't know how they did it, but hey, it worked out. And we got it back. Nothing was wrong. I think somebody just needed a ride home from the bar, and they saw the skid steer or whatever that piece of equipment was. So,
Jeff, can I ask you one more time, what was stolen?
we had like a little like 4x4, like not a skid steer, but a 4x4, like where we brought in like the equipment.
Got it.
Mark Palui had his 4x4 stolen when it was during my time, and it was all locked up and everything, and somehow they got it started. But we joke about it because we just kind of laughed that somebody needed a ride home from the bars, and so it happened at like 2 a.m.
Well,
But
the chief of police is here, so he's patting himself on the back right now.
Yeah, no, they did amazing. We got it back by 1 o'clock the next day, and we found out at 8. So by 1 o'clock we found it, and yeah, great job by those guys. So
Excellent.
yeah, so hats off to Hermosa. So it's the greatest thing about Hermosa is that the communication really works well, and there's actually, a lot of times it just gets lost in translation, but I feel like all the promoters and everybody's in lockstep. We just respect each other so well that we just want to put a good event on, and we want to respect the city and the community, and just everything works out.
Well, thank you very much. Hold on one second. Anyone have any questions for Jeff? I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to look at Denny at the same time. When you guys send out the paperwork for this every year, you have a list of the local hotels. Is there a negotiated rate at each of these hotels? Any kind of a discount? Have we ever tried?
Okay. Yeah, so I tried with a company, and it's kind of a risk I don't like taking because they want you to block off rooms that you give them a guarantee of the amount of rooms with the discount, and then you can get kicked back a certain amount based on the rooms you definitely guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
It scares me to death. I don't know why, even though I know my tournament sells out every year. And so I don't do it. It's something we could do. I haven't put much effort in it, to be honest.
Well, I appreciate the honesty. And Denny is agreeing with you on that, so maybe it's something to look at later on down the road. But thank you very much, Jeff. We appreciate everything that you guys do.
We appreciate you too. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Next, we have Amy Trail presenting a Skechers peer-to-peer friendship walk pre-event presentation. We're not seeing the event producer on Zoom nor in person in the chambers.
Okay, maybe she'll sign in later. Next.
And next, we have David Brendan presenting the SoCal Beach Foundation post-event presentation.
Welcome, David.
And I just wanted to note this is part of the fee waiver grant requirement, while the other presentations this evening were part of the long-term agreement requirement.
Hello. Thank you for having me on today. I know part of it was a requirement to present 2 of my tournaments. I went ahead and just presented the whole year because I think it made more sense to give you the big picture. So without further ado, David Brandon once again, and this is for SoCal Beach Foundation. Next slide, please. What we do is host tournaments in Hermosa Beach through our permit. Our mission is to improve Southern California beach volleyball courts, which include Hermosa, and support community outreach. This year we partnered with Cultural Club, and later on in the presentation I'll talk a little bit about Cultural Club. Next slide, please. Our number of attendees was 148 players for our September 27th tournament, with about 80 spectators, give or take. It's kind of hard to gauge the spectator amount. May 4th, we had 156 players with about 50 spectators and a bunch of volunteers from 8 a.m. to end of event day, which is about 5 p.m. Next slide, please. Here are some photos of our events, and they range from different divisions. We have a kids division from 14U, 18U, and an adult division. Most of our tournaments are themed to create kind of more of a vibe at our tournaments, a spark, if you will, and people really tend to gravitate towards the theme, and it helps recruit more teams. This next slide will also be a couple more photos. This is our pirate-themed tournament, as well as our Star Wars-themed tournament. Next slide, please. Our transparency report. So our net income for the whole year was $9,147. These tournaments are 100% volunteered, meaning that I don't make any money, there's no overhead, and every dollar goes back into the community. Our funds allocated for the whole year are 70% to the mission and 30% for continual growth for the nonprofit itself. What that includes is new lines or ball stoppers for the courts, or just infrastructure in general. Donations directly towards sliders. On the side, we recruited $3,850. So our total net back into the community was just over $10,000. Next slide, please. Our community outreach. So this year we teamed up with Cultural Club. It's a Manhattan Beach club that's kind of working their way towards Hermosa. I don't know where they are in the process. But Cultural Club runs an event that has a volleyball program, a surfing program, and a part just about their culture. And they bring 80 to 100 kids down to the beach with 8 sessions throughout the year. And I and my team, my sister, who's not here yet, but together we run the volleyball portion and assist with that. We also help find volunteers for the volleyball portion, and we provide balls and nets or lines if necessary. Next slide, please. And then these will be a couple photos of us volunteering at the event. Like I said, there's three different groups that they divided in by age. So the kids will go surfing for a little bit, then they'll come to the volleyball portion. So we get the kids right out of the water, and then they're trying to learn volleyball. It's a pretty cool, fun event that they do. And roughly, we had 15 to 20 volunteers throughout the year at each of their events to help with the volleyball portion. Next slide, please. And just a couple more photos of us assisting with them. Our impact to Hermosa Beach, bringing it back. Throughout all of our tournaments, we had 748 players participate. We had roughly 328 spectators from all our events, bringing that a total to 1,073 players or inspectors brought to Hermosa Beach Pier. After each event, we host either like a small after party at a venue. Most of the after parties this year were at Tower 12, and I was able to get I was in communication with the owner. We do get discounts, so they know exactly how many people are going to Tower 12. We roughly generated $8,000 worth of revenue for Tower 12. At Rabano's, we also provide discounts to our players. We had 46 people dine at Rabano's on tournament day. And Creamy Boys and Oakberry, we did have people go to these locations, but additional sales were kind of hard to determine based off their metrics, but we did have individuals go there as well. So looking ahead for what we're trying to do in 2026, one is just getting our event approved, and I think we're doing that here today if I'm not mistaken. Then we're going to continue with partnerships with local organizations and sponsors. We want to focus on further improving courts and growing our youth programs. And our long-term vision is just continuing fostering Hermosa Beach as a vibrant community hub, united by beach volleyball. Cool. Thank you.
Usually everybody else gets to go, but this time I would really like to thank you for buddying up with the Culture Club. I think that was a fabulous idea, and there's a lot more to come, I believe, next month. But I was down there 2 weekends ago, and it's just exactly what you want. You've got kids of all ages down there learning something new that they are very comfortable with, and you could see that. A lot of the kids were very uncomfortable. They were also cold, but it was a great opportunity for you to share your knowledge, and that's exactly what we had asked you to do last year. So I really want to acknowledge that, and thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
So the tournaments are in Hermosa, but the Culture Club training happens in Manhattan Beach, is that correct? From the
Correct.
pictures, you can see that?
Yes.
Okay,
They don't have a permit for Hermosa yet, but they're currently working towards building towards Hermosa.
perfect. And then when you say improving courts, is that new nets for Hermosa? What do you have in mind there?
We provide new nets, sliders. We provide lines if necessary, et cetera, to whatever the court stewards are deemed necessary.
Okay, and roughly how many kids do you train and teach to surf in Manhattan Beach?
I don't do the surfing part. I just do the volleyball part. But the entity of the whole program is 80 to 100 kids each day.
And 2 days?
4 days,
4 days.
is a session. 4 days is one session. They had 2 sessions last year, so a total of 8 days.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks for the very detailed presentation, very clear and obvious the impact you're making with what you're doing, with the fun activities you're doing. Elko, one thing that the SoCal Beach Foundation does is they put these sliders on the volleyball courts, which makes it really easy to move the net up and down if you have a women's, co-ed, or men's game. And they're always the courts that are the best ones to try and grab. So thank you for doing that. I hope we can put more of those sliders up in Hermosa.
Cool. Yes.
I don't think they had those back in the day. That was a slider.
Okay, thank you very much, David.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
And last?
I want to apologize to you, Chair. We do have Amy Trail on the line via Zoom, being able to present the Skechers Peer-to-Peer Friendship Walk pre-event presentation, long-term agreement presentation. Amy, you may go ahead and unmute if you are able to.
Nothing yet.
Hi, Amy. Can you try to unmute yourself?
Yes, I just got the.
Yay.
I just got the. Yay! I didn't have the instructions to do that, so apologies. I'm so glad I'm able to be heard now. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm sorry I'm not in person tonight, but we're just less than 2 weeks from the walk, so things are a little bit crazy. This is our 17th year of the Skechers Peer-to-Peer Friendship Walk, and I hope that you all have seen some signs around town, posters, bright yellow. Our tagline this year is Walking on Sunshine, and as many of you probably know, this is an event that is really, it embraces all of the South Bay and beyond. It begins at the Manhattan Beach Pier. We have check-in at 8 a.m. The program begins at 8:30 with a lot of kid entertainment on stage, singing and dancing. There is a program with remarks at 9, and then the walk starts at 9:30. We have about 7,000 to 10,000 people. It's a little hard to gauge because people come in from all directions, and we do a lot of pre-check-in for the event so that everyone isn't registering on site that morning. But the walk goes from Manhattan Beach Pier to Hermosa and back. And for any of you who have done this over the years, you know that a lot of people just stay in Manhattan Beach. A lot of people walk and peel off, and many stay in Hermosa. And our volunteers tell us, between like 40 and 50% of the people they feel don't even turn around and go back. They stay in the Hermosa area, or they walk through and go to some of the businesses there. It's a really, even though the main part of the program and the stage and exhibitors are set up in Manhattan Beach, we feel like we really try to engage with the small businesses and have activities and things for people to do in Hermosa. We do, like last year and the year before, Cal Water is our water provider in Hermosa. So we're really cutting down on single-use drinking. We don't have single-use plastics at all. We encourage people to bring their water their refillable water bottles. For the second year in a row, Creamy Boys Ice Cream is going to be down at Hermosa Pier, and this is all, Cal Water is on the plaza, but Schumacher Plaza is where Creamy Boys Ice Cream truck will be. We also will have the Redondo Union High School cheer team. They really provide great excitement and inspiration for the walkers. And then we're hoping to have the Redondo Jazz Band again. I don't know if anyone there has a relationship with them, but we can't seem to get in touch with the band director. We did initially, but he seems to have fallen off the face of the earth. So we really want to highlight these kids because they're so talented, and it's really fun to have that music down at the pier for the turnaround. In terms of community impact, we are really proud to have supported the Hermosa Beach Ed Foundation over the last 16 years. Over that period, we have donated more than $2.1 million to the Ed Foundation from the walk. And just last year, we granted the Ed Foundation $269,812. So we feel like we're truly making an impact with this walk. It is all the sponsorship dollars, all of the dollars raised by the schools go back into helping kids with special needs, public education, and our National College Scholarship Program. In terms of the challenges that we've had this year, I would love to say that every year we raise more money. So far we have, other than the pandemic year, but we've really had some challenges with sponsorship. We have heard from some of our sponsors that their business is down. I just heard today one of them who donated $30,000 last year said his business is down 30%, or actually 50%. There was a toy company that we had last year as a sponsor, and they're not coming in at all this year because of tariffs and the impact it's had on their business. So that's an unfortunate challenge that we're facing. We do have some who have stepped up and increased their donations this year, but overall, I feel confident we're going to hit a big number, but we sadly probably won't surpass last year's goal. But we are so grateful for the generosity of everyone who participates, all of our walkers, all of our sponsors, and certainly for Hermosa Beach and all that you do to help this event every year be as successful as it is. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them for you if I can.
Thank you, Amy. Hold on one second. The only thing first of all, thank you. I have a third grader and a kindergartner, so I'm back to donating and walking. What I wanted to just a friendly reminder about that bottleneck between the south end of Manhattan and the north end of Hermosa. That's my only concern. I was just there last month for a very small little gathering, and you could still see the lack of the people on their bikes. They just don't want to slow down. So I always just worry about that one curve. But thank you very much. I know how hard you guys all work.
Sure. Oh, thank you so much. Are you talking about this at the stairs?
Yes.
The area you're speaking about? Yeah.
You guys have had a
that's really
security
tricky. We do
person
have
there.
volunteers there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We'll
Thank
do
you.
that again.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Amari, we have the triathlon?
Yeah, we have the triathlon. We will have Michael Epstein go over the triathlon post-event presentation, long-term agreement presentation.
Good afternoon or good evening. Thanks for having me. As mentioned, I'm Michael Epstein. I'm the executive producer of the 35th annual Hermosa Beach Triathlon. So really, I'll give you a quick overview of the event and how things went. But the main reason I'm here, obviously, other than meeting the requirement, is really just to thank everybody. It's just amazing to be here. We're thankful and grateful for 35 amazing years. Lisa is incredible. I mean, our event, as you know, we try to get in and out as quickly as possible because we close roads and we don't want to really, impact residents too much. But there's a lot of coordination for a relatively small event. It sells out every year with 1,000 people. It's sold out again. But Lisa helps us coordinate the fire department, the police department, the lifeguards. There's just a lot that goes to county beaches and harbors on top of the lifeguards. So there's a lot of agencies and a lot going on for such a small event. So just my thanks to Lisa and everything that she does to kind of make this thing come together. I don't know if you realize what a gem you have here, but she's incredible to work with. We've had the pleasure to work together for many, many, many years. So I don't want to miss that in the process. The Hermosa Beach Triathlon is a 1/4-mile swim, a 10-mile bike, and a 3-mile run. One of the challenges we have in working with all these agencies, I think you mentioned the chief of police is here or was here. It's so popular that the police department wants to race in the race instead of work it. So we have challenges getting enough officers out there, and it's because they're competitive and they love the city of Hermosa, and they obviously love the Hermosa Beach Triathlon. So it's pretty cool. I think one year all the detectives did it together. So it's been just a wonderful thing. One thing that we noticed this year that was actually different, what happens after 35 years, what changes. Triathlon in general tends to be an older demographic, just for people to have time to do that. But what's cool about Hermosa is because it's such a short event that we attract younger and younger people. This year we had over 200 people under the age of 24 years old, which in the sport of triathlon is just unheard of. And I think it's just a testament to just how fun this event is and how exciting it is for people. To hear the rumblings about the parking is great, because that's definitely been a challenge. So is that something that's done? We're aware of it, that you can park for 10 hours now in Hermosa?
I don't have all the parking limits off the top of my head. I'd have
Somebody
to look at
mentioned
that.
somewhere that council had changed
There are
it.
places where you can
Well-
park for 12 hours.
Yeah, council, maybe not the last meeting, the meeting before, I think agreed to increase the number of hours you could park at, like the meters in the parking structure.
Right, that's the
to,
main one.
I think
yeah,
10 or
that's
12
for us,
hours, yeah.
And again, like I said, we try to get in and out as quickly as possible. We set up our entire main transition area, which is on Pier Plaza, at 3 in the morning. So we wait till the bars and restaurants have emptied out, and we're tearing it back down by like 10 in the morning. So we're really only impacting it from about actual use from 5 to 10 in the morning. So our staff does a great job kind of getting everything up and over. I like to bring you guys, as you know, finishers medals, because without you guys and you guys' support, we could not finish the event. So let me pass, give these to you guys to pass around. If you don't mind, to the commission members, and those as well. What that is, I just wanted to show you, we offer a $20 discount to Hermosa residents, and there's just a copy of the postcards there that we mail to the entire city. I don't have off the top of my head how many people took advantage of it, but it's significant. So there's a lot of local residents that do it as well. I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything. Thank you. We really, really appreciate the permission to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions? This got me in a lot of trouble a number of years ago.
Because you raced?
No, someone thought I did. But thank you very
You've been
much.
to it out, you guys. So.
And
Yeah.
we'll
Okay,
let the
thanks.
chief talk about his experience with this.
Yeah, I think it's really good news with the registration you mentioned about the younger demographic. That's good. Hopefully keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, I wish to say that we did that intentionally. It was just organic, and it was cool to see. And somebody on our staff just kind of noticed, they're like, "Wow, look at all these young people." And they went back and looked at the database and went, "Okay, this is pretty cool." And it's just a sign of, I guess, the longevity of the event, because those people will be here forever.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next, we have public comment. Amari, you want to share with us the new rules and regulations?
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on items on and not on the agenda, but within the commission's jurisdiction. Apologize. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes and will be taken in person and via Zoom. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *9 to unmute yourself and *6 to raise your hand. A reminder that if you address the commission on a discussion item, you will not be able to address the commission on the same item when it is heard at a later part of the meeting. First, we do have Maria H.
Welcome, Maria.
Good evening. I think everybody knows me. My name is Maria Haas. I'm a resident of Hermosa Beach, and I would like to congratulate Joe and the Public Works Department for an excellent proposal on the replanting of the trees in the Greenbelt and the Valley Park. I know that it took a long time to do this research. It was really thorough, and I really appreciate it. Therefore, my husband and I would like to, in addition to all the trees that are going to be planted, my husband and I would like to donate 4 Torrey pines, which are part of the proposed trees. We planted them from seeds, and 2 medallion trees as well. So that's it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Has anyone called in?
We have Anthony Higgins on the line on Zoom.
Welcome, Mr. Higgins.
Hello, how are you? A couple of quick things just to consider. I looked at the future agenda items for this meeting, and it does look like we now have a little bit of a report. I hope when you look at it tonight, you consider that it doesn't really list when any of the agenda items will be heard, what meeting, so it's not really future, but it is a start. It doesn't have any information, for instance, on the dog park. What's the next item? When will it be heard? Small points, but I think if you look at the Planning Commission agenda, maybe future agenda items, maybe you can copy that, and it might be a little bit better. The second item I have very quickly is on the special events calendar. That is the month-to-month calendar that lists all the level 1 or level 2 and level 3 events. And sometimes I can find it in the agenda. Sometimes it's not there. This month on the agenda for this meeting, I couldn't find it. That could just be me. I think that special events calendar, the updated version, is a really important document and should be included in a consistent place on all Parks Commission agendas. We should just know where it is and be able to go to it, and it should be included in every agenda. That's just my opinion. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Higgins. Anyone else? No. I'll bring it back one more time. Anyone here that would like to speak about something that is not on the agenda? Okay. Thank you very much. I'll bring it back for commissioners' comments.
I want to make a quick comment. I don't think Anthony's idea is a bad one to include as part of the packet that we get every month, the current calendar. So I would just say I think that's a thought we should probably think about.
All right.
I would just add to that, I mean, I agree. It'd be nice to have it one place easy to find. Maybe one of the challenges with that is most meetings we are considering new events. So would we want the calendar to be the calendar as of before the meeting, or the calendar considering all the pending events maybe up for that? So it's just a complication to kind of figure out which version of the calendar to put in there.
Okay.
Go
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say that usually the special events calendar is included if we're considering any events with those pending items. So if Mr. Higgins is still listening, it's under item 10A for the matters for commissioner consideration for tonight. But usually if we're considering an event, that's where you'll find the calendar.
Yeah, also under 10E, so it's
Also under
duplicated this
10E.
month.
All I'd like to say is I know we have some new faces here, and I just want to say I really appreciate when the event producers show whether or not they're here in person or call in, because we've been here, some of us have been here for a long time, and it is wonderful to see how the events are changing, how they're growing, how they're adapting, and I think it's a really important part of the agreement to come in and share with us, and we learn from you. Hopefully we have some interesting things to share, so thank you very much. Okay, next, consent calendar.
I just have
I'm
one
sorry.
quick item. I attended a 45th reunion at Maricosta this weekend, and many of us had gone to Pier Avenue School and were there in 1976 when they filmed Carrie and actually showered in that locker room and played volleyball in that gym. So what a lot of people that were in town for the reunion said they wanted to get tickets to Carrie, but were very confused by the site. They had to become a member of Parks and Rec, and then they wanted the date of birth of people, and they said it was very convoluted, and I don't know if that's kind of the regular thing. I also told them they could just buy the tickets at the event, but I know a lot of people were confused.
Yes, you can buy the tickets at the door. Right now, with our current registration software, you do have to create an account with your email address. You have to put in your address, your email, phone number to be able to purchase tickets. That's why we're very excited about obtaining a new recreation software, so it will simplify that process for anyone who wants to purchase tickets online.
Perfect, I will tell them. And then one other thing I was just going to comment, at the Oktoberfest, some of the stores, what they did, the retail stores like Soul Baby, they gave a 15% discount for anyone that had a wristband that attended the Oktoberfest. So maybe that's something we could do for the volleyball families that come, they get a wristband, and certain venues offer 15, 20% off as an incentive to go in.
Nice idea, Ilka, thanks. All right, next, the consent calendar. Do any commissioners have a motion or a wish to pull anything from the consent calendar? All right. Public hearings?
Oh, sorry, I did have a question about items on the consent calendar.
Okay.
So the activity reports, curious whether for pickleball and tennis, is it possible to put the % of available hours booked as part of that? Because I think right now it just lists the number of memberships. And, I'm interested, especially with the pickleball courts hopefully being redone soon, it'd be good to maybe get some more regular data on what % of available hours have been booked for each of those. And then also for basketball and softball registrations, I noticed there were 0 Hermosa Beach residents, but I'm wondering if that's actually accurate. Since they're team sports, I assume those numbers are the team captains, the people who registered the teams, and not the actual number of participants, or?
Yeah, so to answer the first question, another frustration we have with the current software is it doesn't pull those reports easily for percentages. We would have to do that manually each month, but we can look into that and see if it's a simple enough thing to add in. And then as far as the basketball and softball leagues, it's the team captains information that we have. So we don't have the residency for every single person that's part of that team.
Chair Elman, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. We do have to do a first and a second and bring the consent calendar
Okay.
to the vote.
So can I get a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll move, do we receive and file? Receive and file the consent calendar consisting of the August 2025 activity report, the September 2025 activity report, and the action minutes from our September meeting.
Thank you, Tracy.
I'll second that.
Voting is now open. All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carried.
Okay, next, matters for commission consideration. Approval of the 2026 Impact Level 2 returning special events. Austin, you're up.
Good evening, Chair Alman and Commissioners. Austin Dewey, Special Events and Filming Coordinator on behalf of staff, recommends the Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Advisory Commission consider for approval the inclusion of the 11 Impact Level 2 returning special events shown on the slide before you on the 2026 special event calendar as proposed in the staff report, and an exception to the special events policy guide to allow the number of event days outside of the peak season, which is Memorial Day to Labor Day, in the month of September to exceed the monthly limit of 15 event days. Next slide. Staff began accepting applications from all event producers interested in applying for 2026 event dates, regardless of each event's impact level, on May 27th, 2025. Event producers with returning Impact Level 2 event requests were required to submit a special event application by August 31st, 2025. New event requests received at the time of this report are also included on the 2026 special events calendar for informational purposes. New events are scheduled for the Commission's review in November. Next slide, please. Staff received a total of 11 returning Impact Level 2 special event applications. Additional event details of each event request are included in the event overviews attached to your staff report. All events are returning events to the City of Hermosa Beach, so we are not anticipating verbalizing in detail of each event, with the exception of several events with scheduling considerations that we would like to provide additional detail on. The following special event applications have requested additional dates for 2026 in comparison to the 2025 calendar year. IBVL has requested 2 additional event dates in 2026 in comparison to 2025. Staff would like to note, last year, their 2025 application did not include any January dates, as they did not meet the submission deadline to bring any January dates for review. Staff would also like to note the event producer has requested to remove the event date requested on Saturday, October 24th, 2026, and replace with Sunday, December 13th, 2026, which was not included on the special events calendar, as the event producer informed of the date request change following the posting of the staff report. SoCal Beach Foundation has requested 3 additional event dates, 1 in April, 1 in May, and 1 in September. The following special event application has requested a reduced amount of dates for 2026 in comparison to the 2025 calendar year. Beach Tennis Association has requested 4 event dates for 2026 compared to 23 event dates in 2025, as they are transitioning out of the sport and will be transferring responsibility for organizing future beach tennis tournaments to a new organization. Those tournaments will be considered a new event since it's a new organization, which will be part of the new event review by the Commission in November. Additionally, with AAU's request for Sunday, May 31st for its Southern Pacific Grand Prix Series, which is pending and would be considered through its long-term agreement application, approval of the beach tennis tournaments on May 31st would result in a volleyball tournament and beach tennis tournament placed alongside each other on the north side of the pier as they have in the past. Staff have reviewed the dates with each organization and received confirmation that the events will not impede on each other's event footprint or interfere with each other's event experience, and staff does not anticipate any negative impacts with both events taking place simultaneously. The volleyball tournaments will not be permitted use of amplified sound and would not impede onto the beach tennis court areas. Next slide, please. Staff would like to note, per the special events policy guide, the monthly number of event days for events outside of the peak season is anticipated to exceed the maximum allowance of 15 in September 2026, with AAU's request for Sunday, September 27th for its high school beach volleyball league matches, which is pending and would be considered through its long-term agreement application. Approval of the SoCal Beach Foundation volleyball tournament in September would result in 17 event days in September, resulting in a need for the Commission to consider an exception to the policy. Lastly, per the Special Events Policy Guide, the maximum number of events per day should be limited to a maximum of 2. Yesterday, on October 6th, Hermosa Beach Little League requested to move their date to Saturday, May 2nd from Saturday, May 9th for its Night at the Ballpark event. As 2 events are already scheduled that day, to approve the date change, there would be a need for the Commission to consider an exception to the policy. Staff does not foresee any issues with allowing such an exception. Next slide. If approved by the Commission, all events would be formally included on the City's 2026 special events calendar. No further action is necessary. Staff is available to answer any questions the Commission may have. And to note, an event representative was recommended to be in attendance today to answer any questions you may have regarding the events. This ends my verbal report. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. So we start over here with Todd. Do you have any questions?
I'm curious about the 15-day limit. Like, what's the history, background, rationale for that?
When we created the special event policy guide in 2017, we had a subcommittee of the commission assist staff with the creation of that guide. And that was really set as a maximum limit really to balance unpermitted days versus permitted days. It's since most, month, we have 30 days in a month, it's splitting it right in half. And it also was consideration with the impact to staff resources, not just in community resources, but across all departments.
Okay. And then in specific regards to September, I was trying to do the count. I'm just trying to figure out, because do setup, tear down, and infrastructure days count towards that?
They do. And that's because some events set up and tear down are impactful to staff resources, may require public works oversight or community resources oversight on those days, and may require additional infrastructure to be set up, which would make that area unusable for another permit or another event. And we have really the only infrastructure days that you see on the special event calendar that count as event days are for the concert series, because it's always been a goal in our mind to be able to program on those days. So the stage isn't just sitting there throughout the week. So that's something we really are trying to work towards. And we also want to be mindful of the fact that there is that infrastructure on the south side of the pier. And we need to have more careful consideration if we're going to permit something else there or consider another event.
But those 5 days, the Monday through Friday, where the stage just has sat there like the past 2 years, those
Yes.
actually count towards the...
They do.
Okay.
So that's why staff isn't overly concerned with requesting an exception to our 15-day limit, because it's not known at this time if there's going to be any programming or if it's merely going to be infrastructure still this coming summer. Well, September.
Okay. Tracy?
The 2 additional days in September belong to SoCal Beach Foundation? Is that what
We have requests from AAU and SoCal Beach Foundation.
Okay, so they're both youth organizations that we have a long history with, that we know the event producers who are both sitting here today.
Yeah, low impact events too.
Okay, thank you.
Tom? I see you moving papers and
Yes, of
lots
course,
of
I
notes.
have my calendar here.
Yes.
First, Redondo Girls, it's not on the calendar. Are they not coming back?
They're not going to be considered a special event. We have them in the system and book so that there wouldn't be any conflicts with their use of the volleyball courts north of the pier, but they're going to be receiving a separate agreement that we're in discussions with Redondo Union High School right now on to form with consideration of joint use with the pool.
All right, because we went through that process last year and we decided we were going to count them. Because we did talk about not counting them. And you came back and suggested that we do count them. So we have been counting them. Is it going to come back to us to not count them again?
So last year we came to the commission requesting you to count them because we didn't have another avenue or the time to go through an agreement process with Redondo Union High School. So we, for that year, wanted them to be considered on the special events calendar. So we weren't delaying the approval of those dates. But now that we are in the agreement negotiations, we would not want to consider them on the special event calendar for 2026.
How are they different than what AAU is trying to do with the boys' high school?
It's a lot, it's under 100 people for the Redondo Union High School, and AAU's is over 100 people.
Okay.
And over 100 automatically requires a special event permit and going through that avenue.
I believe, I may not be 100% correct on this, but the girls' beach volleyball is a one school versus one school match, whereas the AAU event, because it's boys, it's not CIF sanctioned yet, it's multiple high schools coming together and having multiple matches.
Correct.
What happened to Epic Days? Did that organization just go away?
They did. They are not going to be requesting any event dates in 2026. They're still trying to really bring the organization back to what it was when it was the Best Day Foundation. So having the board set up an amount of volunteers to be able to host those events again.
And what about Sandy Saute? They've been here for years, but they're not on the calendar in November for next year?
Austin, you have an update on Sandy Saute, right?
Yes, so they did apply for 2026, but then the event producer decided to withdraw the application as they want to now hold their event earlier in the year and not late into the fall in November. So they said that they're going to need some time and take off of 2026 and look forward to applying in 2027.
All right, let's talk about September. Let me ask questions about September. First, I counted as 20 days.
The count doesn't start till Labor Day.
Okay.
So everything before Labor Day doesn't get absorbed in that 15-day limit because that's being counted in the peak season counts.
All right, and that's what we do in May too, right?
Correct.
Okay. Kings. The last 2 years, the Kings have come to us, asked us to set aside 7, 8, 9, 10 days for a big event in September. Both years they withdrew their application. Do we expect them to come back?
At this time, we do not. We have not had any follow-up communication from them on their end about the event for 2026.
SoCal Beach, you say this is a new 2-day event, but David just presented on his presentation, he has a September event from last year. Did he have a September event last year?
I don't have the 2025 calendar in front of me. Let me see if I can pull it up from our drive.
When David comes up, he can clarify that.
I'm pretty sure he had an event in September this year. I think we're asking for one more day for setup than what was given in 2025 this year.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. To help clarify, the event was held on Saturday, September 27th.
And the total for the peak period, the summer period, we have a level 3 limit of 45 days. But that only pertains to events that are at the beach or on Pier Plaza or on the Strand, right? All right, so
That's correct.
our limit total on the calendar shows us at 42. I think if we take out the Fine Arts Festival, we're actually at 39. You might want to look at the numbers again. We've had this discussion in prior years. Sometimes I miscount it, sometimes you miscount it.
We'll take a look.
Yeah, okay. All right, and then I have other questions, but they're for the producers.
Elka? Elka's okay. So, we want to go in order.
Just a recommendation for the commission to consider for the sake of minutes for the meeting, if there could be consideration for a motion for any events that you don't want to pull for additional discussion, and then go one by one for the ones that you do want to pull for additional discussion. That would probably make it easier for the clerking needs.
Excellent.
Don't we need public comment first?
We should have public comment
before we poll?
before a motion is
Okay.
considered for the events that we don't need further discussion on. And then for each event that we do pull that we would like discussion on, we'll need public comment for each of those as well.
But if we have specific questions for specific organizers, should we do that now or public comment first?
Well, if we're, I mean, if we're not pulling something, then if you have questions, it's probably best to get them done now.
Or are we going to hear from all the event producers or not?
Well, this is where we get a little confused. So I just think we should probably just go one by one. And if someone has a question, then that's great. But we should give them an opportunity to come and speak. So I'm going to open it up to public comment first. All right. Amari?
This is the time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name and city of residence for the record. We will begin with members of the public wishing to provide comments in the chamber.
Seeing no one?
Seeing no other in-person public comment, we will move to our virtual public comment. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *9 to unmute yourself and *6 to raise your hand. Seeing no one on Zoom.
All right, bringing it back. I think I need a little guidance from Lisa on how we want to do this.
Well, could we?
The commission would like to go event by event, is what I
Yes.
understand. So what we can do is probably to help guide the commission, we could bring up the slide that has the 11 events listed. And we can
Yes.
go in the order of that slide.
Thank you. All right. So beach tennis, I'm just going to invite people to come up and introduce themselves. And if we have a question, I just think it's easier to keep it organized that way. So.
Hi, Donnie Young from Beach Tennis Association. And yeah, we've been doing this for 15 years with you guys. And this will be our last year, it looks like. And we're passing it on to another association or group, and hopefully they will keep the flame going. But yeah, so we have one event left, and it'll be fun to, say goodbye. And I just wanted to thank you guys in the city of Hermosa. You guys helped us conceive a new sport in the United States, which is beach tennis. We're trying to, it's the first ever beach tennis court was built in Hermosa Beach. We're trying to get that historical landmark. But I wanted to thank Donna Hunter, Kelly Orta, Lisa Nichols, Brian Sosa, and Austin DeWeese. So, and everybody else that's been part of it, the Rec Commission, all these people that we've had a relationship with. I think, we've put on hundreds of events, or 100 events probably, give or take, and we've planted the seed for the sport to grow. It's actually going to be now in the Olympics in Australia, but we're the first in the United States to really plant the seeds in grassroots programs. And we just want to pass it on, and we just wanted to thank you all for your participation and help. I think our greatest gift that we've experienced is a wealth of relationships. So that we've received from, I mean, we have more friends from this experience, and so that's been the greatest gift. So thank you very much.
Donnie, I know you guys have worked really hard, and we've put you through the ringer a number of times having moved the courts, and I kudos to Lisa for bringing that back so that it was part of the agreements with the volleyball group so that you had a place to go. And really do appreciate your patience. I know that has not been easy, but you've been a really good sport about that.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara.
Does anyone have any questions for beach tennis? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Do you want to share who the new beach tennis people are? Is that something we'll learn later?
Yeah, you'll learn later. It's Cali Beach Tennis, a couple of young guys that, you know, have the passion, and I think they'll do a good job. We're going to actually oversee. If they don't, we'll make sure they're responsible, and because we care about the integrity of the sport. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have the Easter Sunrise Mass. Hello, Father.
Good evening. So Easter morning, 6 a.m., we put out a table. It takes about an hour, if that. Have the Eucharist. People bring beach chairs, and we're out of there usually by about 7.
Any questions? Every year, you guys are like little church mice, so thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Is there mice on the beach?
Next, is there anyone here from the Glow Ride event? Did anyone have any questions of the Glow Ride event? Well, okay, well, that worked out well. So next we have the IBVL tournament series. And anyone, no questions? Next, SoCal Beach Found.
Chair, we do have Gino on the line.
Oh,
for-
great. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Where I'm at. Gino Grajeda, longtime Hermosa Beach tournament organizer, operator. We're actually in the least impactful time of the year from November through early spring. And same high school events in association with the International School Sport Federation, where I serve as the president of the Beach Volleyball Commission and a member of their board, where we qualify teams to, and also to the International Children's Games Committee, where we sent teams to in Estonia last summer. So we're excited to be back.
Great.
Yeah. Hi. Gino, just a question about your events. Are they, I was looking at your website, they're mainly high school girls tournaments, is that correct?
They're boys as well.
Okay. And for the ones
more
you're...
girls play beach volleyball, but yeah, their boys tournaments will also continue.
Okay. And those are for the events you're planning in Hermosa, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I know there's an increase of 2 over last year. Can you tell us a little about?
Because we applied late. We actually didn't apply in time to get the January tournaments in. So we had to go through the commission meetings actually in January. So we didn't get started till March this year.
Okay. Anyone else? Gino, thank you very much. Good luck this year.
Thanks again.
All right. Next, we do have SoCal Beach Foundation. Welcome back, David.
Hello. It's me again.
Did you have a September tournament last year?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
I added a setup day this year. That's included in that report, which is just Friday, but we don't take down any of the courts. We just put down lines and a little bit of infrastructure, but people can still play on the courts.
March 14th, it's the day of the St. Patrick's Day Parade, and you're asking for a tournament on that date.
Yeah, we had one last year on that Saturday. have no impact. It's our St. Patrick's Day tournament.
Pardon me?
It's our St. Patrick's Day tournament.
So you want it on that day because you wanted it as a theme, a St. Patrick's Day theme. I'm going to ask you this question, and you can just tell me no, and we'll just consider it as a no and go forward. Would you be willing to move it to the 21st, the 7th? And the reason I ask that is, to give you a little background, St. Patrick's Day Parade, last year was a little bit of a struggle. We don't know how big a struggle it'll be this coming year because there's an agreement being worked out with the city where the city will pick up part of the obligation to put on the parade. But as someone has already noted earlier, there's also an issue with sponsorships this year. The money for a lot of organizations just isn't as readily available. So by putting an event on the date of the parade, we're excluding the city and the Chamber Foundation from perhaps expanding the parade footprint or having a separate event that generates money. So I understand you have a St. Patrick's Day theme. My question is, would you move it to the 21st or the 7th? And
If it pleases the council, then yes, we would, and we would just change the theme. I think most of the dates are selected because they were either available or that's what we talked about via like email. So if there's no other events on that day, we would be in, sorry, what was the exact date that you suggested?
well, the 7th, there's a beach tennis tournament, but you could also run a volleyball tournament.
They would coincide. Yeah, that's okay with
And the
us.
21st is completely open.
The 21st of March.
Of March.
Yeah, I see no issues with that if it pleases the council.
All right. Thank you for the answer to the question, and we'll consider it.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
I may be the only person who's concerned about it, so.
All right, next we have the South Bay Paddle event.
I'm Matt Walsh from the South Bay Board Riders Club, born and raised here in Hermosa Beach. Says I have to give my address. I live at 55 16th Street. The South Bay Paddle is a 15-mile prone paddleboard race from the south side of Hermosa Pier down to Haggerty's and at around the R10 buoy, which is off the tip of Lanada Bay, and back. We have about 120 participants for low impact. We are there at 7 in the morning and we're done by noon, and that's it. And we've done it for, I don't know, 6-8 years in a row. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Any questions? They're pretty stealth also. They're in, they're out.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
thank you. Matt, appreciate everything. All right, next is Tower 12 South Bay Surf Series contest event. Look at that.
Me again. This is part of our 8-contest surf series that goes throughout the South Bay. We've run in Manhattan, Hermosa, and in Redondo Beach. And this would be, I believe, contest number 7. And again, we've done it for years and years. Starts early in the morning. We run on the south side of Hermosa Beach Pier, and we're usually done by 4. And if you have any questions, more than happy to.
The ages of people in the group run from?
Youngest is about probably 7, and oldest is about 70. But the demographic definitely skews young. I would say 70% of those people are high school or younger.
And do you help provide the training for this?
No, we don't. We basically, there was no competitive surfing here in the South Bay since I was a kid. And so as the South Bay Board Riders Club formed 16 years ago, we put that as one of our missions, like, hey, let's provide competitive surfing or introduce competitive surfing. And so now this will be starting our 16th year. And no, there's plenty of coaches around. There's plenty, there's now surf class in Hermosa Valley School. Thank you guys very much. Manhattan Beach Middle School has it. And then there's 2 other schools in Redondo. They're starting a middle school program. All the high school teams have programs as well. We work really closely with those coaches. We also work very closely with Dickie O'Reilly, who runs the high school surf series. So no, we don't provide coaching. We just provide the actual event.
Great. Any questions? All right. Thank you
thank
very
you.
much, Matt. Volley for sound.
Did you?
We have
Just did you say
Carolina.
volleyball or on purpose?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did this out of order. I apologize. USA Volleyball World Championship.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. I am not present right there because I'm currently in Newport Beach at our Elite 16 event. But this is a returning event. We are very grateful to the city, Brian, Lisa. You guys have been awesome to work with. This competition is to select teams to represent the United States in various international competitions. The team that won this year is actually departing to Mexico tomorrow to compete in the U21 World Championship.
Wow.
And in the upcoming year, we will be competing in the U19 World Championship. And very exciting news is that in 2024, the winners from the competition did bring back a gold and a bronze medals from the U19 World Championship, which was held in China. So this is a standing competition for us. It's been great to be held in Hermosa. Our athletes vary in age from 15 all the way until 22, 23 years old. And it's a great opportunity for them to represent the U.S. if they win. Let me know if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Carolina. No questions. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank
Now it's volley for sound.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Brandon, and this is our 7th annual for Volley for Sound, and this is about raising awareness for hearing loss. It's actually in honor of my hearing specialist who was diagnosed with lung cancer and had been supportive of me since the age of 4, and I am a Manhattan Beach local. So I was born and raised out here, and I just really wanted to support my hearing specialist ever since she'd passed away. And so she wanted me to contribute the cause to hearing loss, so all the players have to wear earplugs while playing. So if anyone's interested in coming out to play some beach volleyball, it's open to all levels, and we want to educate people to understand what hearing loss is like, and so that's what this tournament is all about. So, yeah.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Yep.
Anybody have any questions? Good job. That's,
Thank
I
you.
know it's the quietest event I've ever been to.
Thank you. It is, yes.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, next we have the Walk to End Alzheimer's event.
It doesn't look like we have anyone on Zoom or in the chambers.
All right, did anyone have any questions for them? All right. And next, the Winter Challenge.
Hi, my name is Heather Friesen. I'm the tournament director for the Winter Challenge event. I believe, gosh, I've lost track of the years now, but this will be our 6th year, I think. We did it in Manhattan Beach the first 4 years, and last year was our first year in Hermosa. The event is now sponsored by Hope Chapel, which is up in Hermosa, and so they really wanted to move it to Hermosa, and I wanted to as well. So we were really excited to have it here last year, and it went really well. The athletes loved that it was in Hermosa. It's kind of ends up being like a athlete appreciation tournament for pro level beach volleyball players. And I started running the event with the organization called Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and like I said, now it's through Hope Chapel. And so we also just want to, as Christians, share the love of Jesus with the athletes. So super simple, and we try to pull out all the stops to just make them feel appreciated and loved for what they do. So hoping to get our second year here in Hermosa.
Thanks, Heather. Any questions?
I have one. You have 72 participants, it said, so 72 people. Do you play doubles, six-man, and where do they come from?
Yeah, it's doubles. Last year, I believe I don't remember the exact number. I think we had more like somewhere around 60 athletes, but we're hoping to have 72 this year. It's both men's and women's, and it's pro level or like open to pro level, and yeah, doubles tournament. So they pick their partner, and then we kind of do like, I don't know how familiar you guys are with college beach volleyball, but it's sort of like that where there's 3 pairs on a whole team and they compete together as a team. And so their 2 out of the 3 pairs have to win in order for their big team to win. So we're kind of fostering the community aspect of the sport because sometimes it gets so individual. So the athletes have said they enjoy it. Did you have another question? Sorry.
Where do they come from?
Oh, do you mean?
The athletes who play, are they the whole South Bay, California, Southern
Gotcha.
California?
Most of them are from the South Bay, Hermosa area, because that's where a lot of us beach volleyball players live. And then some from like Orange County. But I think last year we had a few come from Colorado, some from Florida. So hoping to get more people to come from other places as well.
Todd?
The answer covered
Okay.
my question.
Great.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
All right. So to organize this, does anyone have anything they want to pull?
Let me suggest.
Okay.
We're looking at 2 exceptions, right, for HBLL to go for 3 events on a 2-event day, and to exceed the limit in September. And then I would like to poll Southern California Beach Foundation in order to discuss the March date. So one thing we could do is we could approve, unless somebody else wants to poll something, we could, well, we can't because of September. We have a lot of events in September. Maybe we have a discussion first on what we want to do with September. Do we have a majority that's willing to exceed the limit in September to accommodate all the events in September?
So I'll look, Elka, do you have an opinion on it?
I think I'm willing to be flexible, but I think at the same time, we have to kind of stick to the 15. Personally, I think that because somebody had decided that, and there's a good reason. So, if it keeps sliding and we have 17 and then next year it's, but I'm willing to listen, I'll be open, but my first reaction is 15 and cut it off there.
All right. Todd?
Yeah, I'm okay exceeding, given the plan for September, because of the interim days where it's a stage, and I understand there's probably security concerns and things like that, but there won't be an event happening on the stage that is drawing people there unless we plan for a specific event, and that's 5 days we're counting all over that I think is of minimal impact, so I'm willing to be flexible in the 15 days. In terms of pulling anything, the only other organizers that I want to have like a broader discussion about is the IBVL together with AAU. The number of weekend and holiday days that our northern volleyball courts are going to be unavailable to the public is at a, collectively with the AAU, which I know is a different agenda item tonight, but to me, it comes down to looking at, as I think I noted last meeting, when we start to have more than 50% of the available days taken up and the public not able to use it, that's a concern. So I don't know how to navigate that. I do think the level being proposed for 2026 right now is literally at what I would consider the limit, because it's 52% of, basically, I looked at 2024, 2025, 2026, and we went from 40% of weekend and holiday days being used to 48, to now we're at 52. So this number continues to creep up because of the increase of number of events. You know, IBVL increasing by 2, SoCal increasing by 2, AAU increasing by a pretty significant number, and that's not even including the July dates. So that's really my main concern
Okay.
about this agenda item, and I don't know how to best navigate that, or also want to hear what other commissioners feel about that.
Tracy.
We have made exceptions in the past to exceed the number of event dates, and I agree with Commissioner Tullis about some of those dates listed in the September calendar are the empty stage that we might be able to activate, but we don't know yet. One of the dates for SoCal Beach was a setup day, and again, I don't know what resources exactly will be needed for that, but those things all together, I don't find those extra 2 days that troublesome.
Okay. One of the things, Todd brings up a good point about the availability of the courts. 2 weekends ago, I walked north on the Strand and counted how many courts were being held by people who take a sense of ownership of those courts, and it was 10%. There were 74 courts, and there were either 8 or 9 courts that could not be used because someone had either attached something to the nets or had put their volleyball basket or beach chairs down. So for me, I'm hoping that we will be able to get the new volleyball program done in the next 6 months. Is that a fair guess?
That's fair.
Okay. I do think that setups of a stage that is not being used, I don't think that those are dates that I personally would count as those 5 days. I would not count those. So I can live with that. Talking about the March date might be something different. So can we just list off what we can approve of right now, and anyone that's here that's part of those groups can get out of here?
Well, you got to clear September 1st.
Okay.
If we don't have a problem with September, then we can go down this list really easily. I would just say, I'm usually the hound on, the 15-day thing. But September is a different month. It's a different breed. We got 5 days where really nothing's going on. Maybe we eventually program it, that's fine. We got events that there's no way we're going to move, which is a couple of movies at the beach, the concert series, the Pro Open. I mean, there's no way we're going to move those things. To get down to 15, you would have to get rid of, frankly, you couldn't do it. You could get down to, you could get down to 15 if you said no to AAU and you said no to South Cal Beach Foundation. As much as I like the 15-day limit, I think it's important. I think it's mandatory. I don't think it's just an optimal thing. I really do think the language is mandatory. I would make an exception for September. Now, having heard us up here, I think that means there's support to clear September. Right? Now I think you can go down the list and we can get rid of almost everybody. So you want to do that?
Yes.
What events are we going to put in the pile that are not problematic? Todd says he wants IBVL to talk about, and I want SoCal Beach.
Okay. So that means that we're going to approve everybody else, but nobody wants to pull anything else. So does someone want to make a motion to approve everything but IBVL and SoCal?
I'll make a motion that we approve all the events in the staff report, the level 2 events, other than SoCal Beach Foundation and IBVL, and that we also approve an exception to the restriction on having 3 events on one day. We approve an exception for the Hermosa Beach Little League night at the ballpark, and that we approve an exception to the 15-day limit in September.
I'll second that.
Let Amari catch up with us.
Voting is now open. Oop. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0. Vote.
All right, thank you, Tom. That was very helpful. All right, so now I'm just going to go to my left.
Okay. Yeah, so regarding the St. Patrick's Day, I don't share the same concern around potential conflict there, given so much uncertainty with the St. Patrick's Day parade festivities and the low likelihood that the northern volleyball courts, would be used. And again, my main concern, just to pull it for more discussion, is the number of, the number of weekend and holiday days we're taking up. I just think it's at its max point, and I don't know. We don't have long-term agreements with IBBL or SoCal Beach Foundation, right? We're talking about one tonight with AAU for additional events. So I would be okay approving these as they are, for 2026, somewhat reluctantly, just because of that, exceeded that 50% threshold, and even in certain months, we've really exceeded the 50% threshold that I looked at a month-by-month basis. So just wanted to put it out there for commission consideration, really.
All right. Fair comments.
If I can, were there any, regarding IBVL, were there any months that struck you as their dates were more problematic than others? I'm just curious.
No, and that was the hard thing when I was looking at it, trying to say, all right, well, what could I propose as an alternative, right? I don't know what the right alternative would be other than some kind of even cut across all these organizations of one or two events, because otherwise it's just you're picking one off versus the other, and I don't have a basis for really doing that.
I will say all of these event producers are returning. They leave such little footprint. Like you were talking about the church and how they're like little mice. They leave no track. They're really good quality events. I don't share the same feeling of angst. I think if the city and staff is okay with the St. Patrick's Day overlap, as if it was successful last year, I don't share the concern over it as long as staff is okay and the police and everybody, and it went well last year. I don't know that I would anticipate it not going well next year.
Tom?
On St. Patrick's Day, the problem is that in the absence of having a city agreement, we're going to get it. It's just a lot of work. It's hard to know what's going to be required to put on the parade in March, how much resources it's going to take, and what kind of sponsorships are going to be available. Okay, it's just hard to know all that right now. So I think the city's better served by keeping all options open on St. Patrick's Day, that Saturday. Some of the ideas that have been discussed is having sort of a beach run where there would be an entry fee. That would conflict with a volleyball tournament. So I would like to keep it open, but I would say this, and David is here, if we were to just keep it open for 2 months while the city and the foundation figure out what they're going to do, we get a better sense of what the sponsorships available are for next March, and whether or not we're going to be in a decent position for St. Patrick's Day Parade, or whether we're going to be in a position where we need to come up with some more money. So I would be content if David would accept it, that just wait for 2 months to see whether or not we would say yes to the date you're asking for, which is the parade date, or whether we would rather that you go to the Saturday before or after that. On the IBVL, Todd, you and I, we come from the same cloth with the number of events we're having. But we do have a policy. It took a long time to develop the policy. It's kind of worked, I think. We did a survey as part of the Park Master Plan, a phone survey. It was a statistically valid survey. We asked the community Do you think we have too many events, too few events, or about the right number of events? And the overwhelming response, over 70%, was the right number of events. The second response was we have too few events, but those are people primarily concerned with the beach concerts, which were not being offered at the time of the survey. So the community is kind of weighed in and saying, you're doing okay. These small volleyball tournaments, and they are fairly small, that happen in the winter and in the fall, I think they're good for the business community. So I'm fine with just following the policy and approving these events as long as they don't violate one of our limits. You can always ask that we revisit the whole policy, but it is a really, and you'd have to get 2 other commissioners to say, let's revisit the whole policy. But it is a really time-consuming activity. So, and those are my thoughts. On St. Patrick's Day, I would like to hold it for 2 months. I think, David, I think you could live with not knowing for 2 months, but that's what I would like to do.
Elka?
I was just kind of curious. I mean, a lot of the tournament folks that were here before said they had a really hard time with parking. And you have St. Patrick's Day, the parade, where they just close off all these streets. I'm curious to find out last year if SoCal Beach Foundation had an issue with parking on St. Patrick's Day, or how do people get to the tournaments? Do they ride their bikes? Do they walk, run, whatever? So that's kind of my concern with kind of the quagmire down there. I think if, there's a couple of extra days in September, I've heard what you all have to say, and I think, it makes sense. But it also makes sense to keep it open to make sure our St. Patrick's Day parade is a success, because it has been problematic, last year. So I'm kind of in agreement with Commissioner Maroney on that.
I think you both bring up a very good point. So I am leaning towards asking David to wait a couple of months and see what we can come up with. Is that something that you're working on, Lisa?
Yeah, we can certainly work with David on that. We can save either the Saturday before or the Saturday after the St. Patrick's Day parade on the calendar until the first of the new year, and reach back out to David with an update if we can accommodate the day on St. Patrick's Day parade.
And for further clarification for the commission, SoCal Beach Foundation did not hold their March event on St. Patrick's Day parade in 2025.
Thank you.
They hosted it on the day after.
All right. So where are we with IBVL?
I mean, I think we've kind of heard
Enough.
from everybody. And I failed to
Okay.
mention CBVA, which is also on our agenda later today. They're another big user of those days. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm in concurrence with everything that's been said so far and willing to support
Okay.
motion in that regard.
Does anyone want to get creative with this motion?
You want me? Okay, I'll make a motion, I guess. I would move that we approve the IBVL Level 2 events as proposed in the staff report, with the change that was noted, the October date becoming a December date. Yes? And that we approve the SoCal Beach Foundation dates as requested, with the exception that we're going to hold the February 14th date until the first of the year, to see whether or not we will, instead of the 14th, we will instead ask you to do it on the weekend before or the weekend after. All right? That's the motion.
Do I have a second?
I think you mentioned February, but you meant March.
March,
For the 14th, but
Yep.
I'll second it with that amendment.
Yep.
Voting is now open. All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
All right, next, we're moving along. Where am I now? So now we're a review of additional long-term agreement application for the AAU for its high school boys beach volleyball league matches and Southern Pacific Grand Prix Series.
Thank you, Chair Ellman. We can advance to the next slide. At the Commission's July meeting, the Commission reviewed the application from AAU for a long-term agreement for its July tournament, which is the AAU Hermosa Beach Championships, and recommended that City Council approve staff entering into negotiations for the event in 2026 and 2027 in mid-July, with an option for staff to extend one additional year on dates to be determined in 2028. Next slide. Staff has since received an additional long-term agreement application from AAU for its high school boys beach volleyball league matches and Southern Grand Prix Series. Next slide. Both events would take place on the north side of the pier and are low-impact events. Staff recommends these two events be included in a single long-term agreement encompassing all of AAU's events held in Hermosa Beach, and that would include the AAU Hermosa Beach Championships. And staff would also recommend only negotiating dates for 2026 and 2027 as recommended by the Commission for the July tournament, and with the 2028 dates to be determined for all AAU events based on if the volleyball courts are used for anything related to the Olympics in 2028. We have placed the 2026 event date request on the calendar to avoid any conflict since we are actively approving all of our 2026 event date requests. We did want to make note that we recognize that 2029 event dates are included in AAU's application, but 2029 dates would not be considered in negotiations, as our practice is to limit these agreements to the maximum of a 3-year term. Next slide. So if the Commission recommends City Council approval of staff's recommendation, the Commission's recommendation would be presented to City Council at its October 14th meeting. And that concludes my staff report.
All right. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for staff?
I wanted to know, what is the difference between these two tournaments? One is the high school boys beach volleyball league, and the other one's the Grand Prix. What ages are we talking for the Grand Prix?
Denny could probably best explain the differences between the two if the Commission's okay with inviting the event producer forward.
Absolutely.
Hello again. The Grand Prix series is all-encompassing of the different age groups, and they can go anywhere from 10s to 12s up to the 18s. And they're based upon they're called Southern Pacific because that's the district that these events take place in. There's like 55 districts across the country that make up the AAU. This one out here is a Southern Pacific, so that's where the title comes from.
As long as Denny's here, does anyone have any questions?
Well, and then to clarify for the high school boys, which I think you referenced a little bit in your earlier presentation, but maybe you can just give a quick summary of what the high school boys.
Absolutely. Previously, the high school girls had been developed by the Amateur Athletic Union, AAU. At the time, that used the IBVL up front, but we have since, IBVL is not part of AAU anymore. And so that's why the AAU Beach High School League for boys is taking place now. We want to do the same thing that we did for the girls, which is to get the attendance in line with what the CIF would approve as it to be an official sport. And we're off to a really good start this year with a number of schools, including local schools that are participating in our league. And that would be Maricosta and Redondo, Peninsula, PV, Torrance. They're all involved in this league, along with other schools like Harvard Westlake, Campbell Hall.
So the high school boys league is actually where high school boys beach volleyball teams play each other. That's pretty much the only venue for them because it's not a CIF sport. So
that's correct.
It's run under the auspices of AAU.
Correct, and I'd like to note that some of the parts of it remind me of developing the junior beach volleyball some 30 years ago, seeing young people get an opportunity to do something that they hadn't really done before. As we're seeing that with a lot of these boys, is that they don't come from traditional circles that are exposed to the beach or to beach volleyball right away. So now, because they can go through their athletic director and get a coach and have a team, they're really enjoying, not only participating in the sport, but being part of the beach culture and the like. So it's been really good year.
Great. Anyone else have any questions for Denny or staff? All right.
I mean, I guess I will ask just in regards to the, again, my main concern here, like the total number of events, 2024, there were 19 Grand Prix, 2025, 18, 2026, there's proposed to be 21 Grand Prix and 5 high school boys, 2027, 25 Grand Prix, 7 high school boys. Seems like a fairly dramatic step up, at least in the number. I get the high school boys as it's kind of a new thing.
Yes.
But the Grand Prix kind of increasing the number of events. Can you tell us a little bit about kind of rationale for that increase?
Demand, I suppose, would be one of them. I think people are excited about the opportunity to play on a more consistent basis, especially every group runs their events how they run them, but I like to think, run them at a pretty high level that is both engaging for newer players, but also for the competitive players. So my first choice would be City of Hermosa Beach. It's it's got the infrastructure for us to be able to do something like this, and it's the best place to play.
I guess that
Both
raises
levels.
another question related. Like, do you currently run Grand Prix events in other cities, or is it just Hermosa? You do.
Well, yes. Okay. Yes. They're termed Grand Prix here, but in effect, it's the same program that would be, But, I don't want to lean on the Little League comparison too much, right? Because I had always said, this is a Williamsport, Pennsylvania for all of these kids from around the country. But the idea also, too, would be that for this community, as well as the surrounding communities, this being the hub for participating in the sport and playing in a consistent, competitive way.
All right. All right. So, Amari, can we open this up to public comment?
This is the time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name and city residence. For the record, we will begin with the members of the public wishing to provide comments in our chamber.
And they're rushing the stage.
And seeing no one on Zoom.
So we don't have anyone calling. All right. So I'll bring this back for discussion. I'm going to go to my right. How about you, Tom?
Yes, we have a lot of youth volleyball tournaments, absolutely. I think AAU runs a really good program. They have worked really hard with the city and bring a very special event to us in July that we're trying to leverage into a much larger event that actually generates more income for the business community. So I like this. I'm fine with it, and I think we should go forward with a long-term agreement.
Ilka?
Just the 2028 Olympics. I think if we kind of keep that open, because I know with the council, they've tried to invite people down, some of the different teams from all over the world. So I'm glad we have that kind of window. Makes me feel good that we're planning for that.
Todd?
I share the admiration for AAU in terms of as an organization, and I also talk to people in the community about this topic, and they all agree that AAU runs excellent tournaments. So really happy. For me, though, I still am stuck on the number of weekend days that we're blocking off. We're talking about 2027, 32 weekend days. That's just beyond other tournaments that we also support, right? So I can't support this number of events. To me, the number of events should be fewer.
All right. Lisa? Sorry, Tracy.
It's okay. Excuse me.
We weren't supposed to hear that.
It's okay. Heard it. Two thoughts. AAU is definitely a trusted event producer. We know that. And looking at the dates on the calendar, it's nice to see some of these dates filled in. You look at the January month, you look at the February month, and we don't have a lot of events. And if you go by what Tom was reminding us, that the city and the residents like to have events, it would be nice to bring people, especially with some of these youth organizations, down to the beach. The weather's usually pretty good, so I have no issue with it.
Yes, I do think that when we get our volleyball program done, that we hopefully will see a little bit more availability of volleyball courts. But I do think that, as has already been said, that AAU has been a great partner, and I do like the youth component, and I am hoping that during our slower months that we will see an increase in business. So I will support this. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Thank you.
I will make a motion to recommend approval of additional long-term agreement with AAU for its high school boys beach volleyball league matches and Southern Pacific Grand Prix series.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Amari?
Voting is now open. All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 4-1.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Danny, and good luck. All right, next, we have a second review of city park hours. Brian?
All right, good evening, Chair, Commissioners, Director Nichols, Brian Sousa, Senior Recreation Supervisor, on behalf of staff, recommends the Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Advisory Commission receive and file staff's second review of the city parks hours. At its November 4th, 2024 meeting, Commissioner Elman, supported by Commissioners Horowitz and Maroney, proposed a future agenda item for staff to review the city park hours, considering adjusting the hours and return with its item for a future agenda item as a review. At its April 1st, 2025 meeting, staff presented its review with a recommendation for no modification to the city parks hours. Additionally, at the April 1st, 2025 meeting, the commission received and filed staff's review and then directed staff to return to the commission in the fall of 2025 for an additional review following the spring and summer season. For additional background and reminders from the previous review on April 1st, the city park's open hours are from 5 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. The city has 20 parks, parkettes, and open green space under consideration in this review. Prior best practice research display all four comparable city general hours for park closures are 10 p.m. with various exceptions made. An internal working group was developed to review the best practice research and discuss potential modification to the city park hours. The group consisted of, at the time, team members from the city manager's office, police department, the public works department, and the community resources department. On September 28, 2025, the internal staff working group met and reviewed the police department's call log on matters pertaining to the potential park violations or disturbances from April of 2025 to September of 2025. That is a 6-month period. As a result, it was determined that the call volume pertaining to the park-related matters would likely not decrease due to the change in park hours or have a significant enough impact that warrants a change at the time of this report. The call volume displayed and the PD resources assigned pertaining to the park-related matters would likely not decrease due to a change in the park hours. The internal staff working group could determine that a potential benefit to modifying the city park hours would be to align with neighboring cities and the curfew ordinance. However, the necessary resources to modify the park hours would be too significant and too impactful of other planned work. Therefore, in conclusion, staff would not recommend modifications to the city park hours as in the previous recommendation in the first review. I would like to thank my fellow colleagues and city colleagues from the Public Works Department and Hermosa Beach Police Department for their assistance throughout this review process. As always, staff is available to answer any questions the commission may have. This ends my verbal report. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. So, questions of staff. The police chief is here to answer any of our questions.
I think I just had one question, which is, what is call type 415? What kind of call does that?
Disturbing the peace,
Okay.
I think. Is that correct? Oh, good. Okay.
If that had been the question, you would have gotten a Snickers bar.
Good evening, Commissioners. Yeah, 415 is, there's a lot of subcodes within 415. There's 415J, 415D, 415. There's probably a letter that follows all of them. 415 is a disturbance in general. It's a disturbance, so there's a lot of nuance to that. Anytime someone hears something loud that scares them, we get dispatched to a 415.
Thanks.
All right. Tracy?
I have two questions. One for Chief Phillips. How do you feel about it? Do you feel, I mean, your department was part of the conversation that the park hours should align with curfew for 18 and under? Does it not bother you? Does it seem too late?
Well, I will say that, you know, for minors, the curfew hours make sense. I do want to acknowledge and respect the work that would be required to change for a 30-minute window. I don't know that the lift would be worth the value. So the curfew applies to juveniles, and changing the park hours of the types of calls we do get after hours, by changing the park hours back by 30 minutes, it's not going to stop us from receiving those calls. Someone, you know, having a fire at Valley Park after a certain night, there's a fire pit, or there was. So we don't think it's going to make a significant change. We're always going to respond to calls for service, and we'll handle those calls accordingly.
Okay. My second question is for Brian.
Okay, go ahead.
Brian, what did you mean in your last slide? Thank you, Chief. When you said other planned work, when you were talking about the
Other planned projects that the city council or commission has assigned to the department, which we were actively working on, the volleyball use policy,
Okay.
bark in the park,
Was
the pool, I mean.
It wasn't
park
park
master plan.
related, it was general speaking
Correct.
of
General
what
operational
community
projects
resources
and
do.
city, yeah, exactly.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
All right. Elka?
I was trying to figure out, I went back to the November 4th meeting, and I checked out the video when you made this as a future agenda item. And was there, I'm trying to understand, was there something that precipitated this? Did something happen that you wanted to cut back the hours?
Yes. So what happened was we had a couple of years ago, we had a really, really bad summer. And it was so bad that I give Chief LeBaron credit. He was able to get his staff together with the city manager, and they came to Loma Drive. We have a neighborhood watch captain that's pretty active. And the comment that we ran into some damage. We had a couple of fires, but not just the typical fireworks, but there was some damage done. So the conversation that we had was that the chief said, at that time, Chief LeBaron said that you can't, if they don't see someone damage something, if they don't see it, and the park is open, there isn't much they could do. So we had this conversation. Then the following year, the activity moved to Valley Park, and there was a lot of problems up there. And again, the park was open, So the conversation was, well, where could we go? And the only thing that you can do is change the hours. Now, I did look around at many different parks in the South Bay and other places, and a lot of parks do close at, an hour after dusk. And although that does seem rather, it seemed a bit much, it's just that I really wanted the city to look into what kind of calls we had, what are our options. So that's where that came from. If you have some other questions, I'll go there with you.
Was there vandalism?
Yes, there was vandalism. We had fires. We had kids that, at that time, I believe that's when we changed the hours of the bathroom. We locked the back bathroom. We had problems back there. We had a lot of activity going on in the back parking lot at night with whatever was going on in cars. And probably 15 years ago, there used to be a gate to the back entrance of South Park. And as usual, a lot of damage done to the lock, to the gate. So the city did what they felt was best, was they got rid of the gate. So we can't stop people from entering into the back of the park. So when people are in the back of the park at 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night, then you have all this activity. You get a lot of complaints from the locals, especially the people that live in that condo unit by the west side parking lot. So that's where the conversation came from. So the questions I had was, could you please tell us what happens when we were told at this meeting, and I believe other neighborhood watch meetings have been told the same thing. When do you call 911, and when do you call, what do we call the other line?
The non-emergency dispatch
The non-emergency. So my question is, do we know how many phone calls come in on the non-emergency line? I was told that we don't have records of those calls, but we only have records of the 911 call. So I was curious to know, do we know how many phone calls we get between the 7 o'clock to 10:30 hour? Is that, are we the only people on the south side of town complaining about a park versus what happened last year? There was a lot of activity for some reason at Valley Park, especially by the fire pit.
So let me try. I think there was a few questions in there.
Sorry.
The first part, when do you call 911 versus non-emergency dispatch? I don't know if all of my dispatch colleagues will agree with me on this. Call 911. It's calling the same dispatch center. It's calling the same call center. The person picking up the phone is the same person. Now, if you're calling 911, they're going to know that, and the sense of urgency on that end of the line might be different. But if you're wondering, just call what you know. The non-emergency dispatch, if you all don't already have it, please save it into your phones, and I encourage all of our community to save that number into their phones. And if we're being recorded, that's 310-524-2750. So that's the first part. I don't know that, I think in the staff report and our analysis of the calls for service does break down the time of the call. Now, because it just gives all the data, you have to look line by line to see what time the call came in and to actually pull out the 7:30 to 9:30 or 7:30 to 10 o'clock. That would take a lot of work, manual time. But I think part of your question was, can we discern how many calls are 911 versus non-emergency dispatch during those hours? I don't know that we can differentiate that through our dispatch center. So that's something I've never asked that question of our dispatch center, if they can tell the difference in the, and sorry, one more thing that you mentioned. If we receive any call, whether it's emergency or non-emergency dispatch, an incident is created. That list of incidents that you have, I believe it's part of the staff report, I'm not sure, or was shared with the commission.
It was not part of the staff report, but was shared to the commission.
Okay, so that list of incidents, those are all incidents. Doesn't matter which number they call. That's everything. Anytime someone calls, we document a call for service. I hope I answered the questions, but happy to follow up with any other questions there.
Oh,
And I can answer your question.
well, please, Todd.
Yes. So the data was provided, the call log was provided. I mean, really, the only two parks where calls were happening at a material basis was Clark and South. Those are the only two. There were 71 total calls at Clark, 58 total at South in the April to September period. And if you look at the hours of 8 p.m. to 10:30, out of those 71 at Clark, about 20%, 15, came in that window. 8 came in the overnight window. All the ones during that time were disturbance. At South Park, out of 58, 11 out of the 58 came in that window, and 60% of those were disturbance, which is the same as the daytime. So it's not a nothing amount. I'd say it's a, South Park, about 20%, right, of calls are coming in that report came in that time window.
Well, according to the list, I mean, there's about 2 pages of daytime calls, right? And then you have some evening, and then just a few night. So it seems like the majority of the calls come during the daytime. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I don't know if it was specifically articulated, but part of that is any call for service. So it could be a self-initiated call. So if an officer conducts a traffic stop in front of South Park and tells our dispatcher, I'm doing a traffic stop at South Park, that's the address that's attached to that call for service. If there's a call for an animal control or a raccoon or something in the park, that's a call for service. That will also, so yes, the majority of the calls are during daytime. That's when our community is out and about the most, when we get the most calls for service.
And I've also heard from some of the neighbors that people are still using the fire pits after hours, like at 1 in the morning, midnight. What does the police do in that case? Do they approach these people and tell them to put out the fire, or what's the procedure?
Yes, if it's after park hours, we're going to talk to them and let them know it's after park hours, you have to put the fire out and you have to leave the park. Most people, if there's signs that indicate that, they don't see it, and they see a fire pit, that's an invite to have a fire.
And when you initially kind of wanted to look at the hours, were the people that were committing these incidents or infractions, were they teens? Were they adults? Was it like a teenage gang thing? Or?
No, I can't say that. I would just say that they seem to be kids. We did have, unfortunately, someone with a knife that threatened one of our residents, another youth. But again, my concern really was in the fact that when a large group of people were told that there isn't much we can do because of the park hours, the answer to the problems, the best answer seemed to change the hours of the park, because I think most of us would say that nothing good happens, especially in the summertime. Usually after 9 o'clock in the parks, you don't have a lot of adults there. They aren't kids that are playing on the equipment. They're kids that are bored. And kids that were bored like to ride their bikes through our new plants. Kids that are bored like to make noise and irritate the residents. And we've had our words. But so that's why I was just concerned that we had an opportunity to change park hours and that it was needed. Obviously, by the numbers that have been provided, it might not be something that is as serious as I thought, or the residents on the south side of town. But I am concerned about how our calls are being counted with the problems that we have, because, again, there seems to be a difference, at least the information that I was given. So that's where my concern comes from. Tom, have you had a moment?
Just a couple. The fire pit thing is interesting to me. Are we not concerned about a fire pit, open fires anymore, given the county's history of fires in the last 2 years, 5 years? It's a separate issue, okay. The beach, we didn't ask you to look at the beach. What kind of calls do we get about disturbances on the beach at night?
The beach hours or the beach calls, I will say, are similar in the sense that we do have an ordinance that closes the beach during the nighttime hours. The hours there are slightly different. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but they are different. We're one of the few beaches that does close. And it's a tool that our officers use when they need to. So when folks are out there minding their own business, going for a walk, after midnight along the water, no big deal. And we see that fairly often. But if it's folks out there having a party, having a fire, doing anything like that, making a disturbance that disturbs the residents, we will go out there and let them know the beach is closed. On rare occasion, we will issue a citation, but that's usually only after someone's been asked to leave and they didn't.
What's the policy with respect to tents on the beach that are left there overnight? I'm told by some people who live on the Strand that they see that it does happen. Is there a policy that we remove those tents or not?
Not specifically for the police department. That's something that I would ask to beaches and harbors, and I don't know if we have any agreements with beaches and harbors. We do enforce the camping ordinance if there's someone who's setting up a camp on the beach. And there are some folks who either wisely or accidentally have learned if they set their stuff up in the morning and use it during the day and take it down in the evening, they're not violating the ordinance. So that's something that we do contend with.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Amari, yes, Brian.
Just before we open a public comment, I see the trend with the concerns over the fire pits, so I wanted to provide the commission additional information. The fire pits, in order to use them at Valley Park, require a outdoor facility permit reservation, and we only permit those between the hours of 8 a.m. through 10 p.m. based on our department staff hours of availability and our operations. So regardless of the park hours close at 10:30, all of the park reservations, including the fire pit, stop at 10 p.m.
All right. Any more questions? All right.
I have one. The community service officers, do they also issue, because I see them a lot at Valley Park, whether it's for dogs, I don't know if they also do other disturbances, or is that strictly the police?
They can, but they typically would not. If they're, depending on what the call is, community service officers are not going to respond to a loud group in the park. That's not their primary role. They can, but usually no. They're doing dogs, animal control, and same on the beach. They're doing sweeps for the dogs. That's their direction.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Amari, you want to open this up to public comment?
Yep. This is the time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name and city of residence. For the record, we will begin with members of the public wishing to provide comment in our chamber. Seeing that there is no one. And there's no one on Zoom
No one
either.
online. All right. So I'll bring this back. Tracy, did you have something?
Well, I was just going to thank staff and chief and all the other city departments that worked so hard to put this report together. I think it was impactful, and I think it really helps us see the good and bad of it all, in terms of not that the majority of the calls come during the day and not later. I think that helped me to say maybe it's not as problematic as we thought. I lived through that summer as well with South Park, and to not tax all the resources, I would err on the side of leaving the hours where they are.
All right. Anyone else? All right.
Yeah, hold on. I had to turn it on. I don't think half an hour is going to make any difference. So I don't think it would be at all worthwhile to expend the effort to make a half an hour change. And I don't think going back to 9 is going to make too much of a difference either. So yes, we did have a couple of rough summers. I know you definitely know we had a couple of rough summers. I remember a video of you putting out a fire with a hose.
There was that.
Hopefully it has passed for a while, and we'll move on. If it becomes a problem again, we can always revisit it.
All right. So does anyone want to make a motion?
Sure. I'll move that we receive and file the staff second review of city park hours.
All right, a second.
Voting is now open.
Chief, thank you very much.
All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 4-1.
Thank you. All right, next. Next page, proposed tree replanting plan following tree removal in Valley Park and the Greenbelt.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairperson and Commissioners. Do you have my slides by any chance? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Carla Vargas. I'm an assistant engineer in the Public Works Department. And today I will be presenting to you the proposed tree replanting plan following tree removals in Valley Park and Greenbelt. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background. On July 23rd, 2025, the city announced the removal of 10 dead or dying trees at Valley Park. And this was prompted after 3 safety incidents. So we had a large branch fell near Park Walkway, a limb broke near a playground area, and there was a falling branch in frequently used open area. Although there were no injuries, this really created a public safety concern for our staff. So Public Works staff, alongside our landscape contractor, our certified arborist, we started evaluating the trees. So the first 10 trees were identified as the one with the most immediate safety risk because of how close they were where the incidents happened. And then we also identified 15 additional trees for removal due to potential risk. Some of the decline factors that we have noticed why the trees have died or are deceased or are just struggling on the health-wise is because there's oversaturation of water, and we can see that more in our parks where we have very grassy areas. So some of these species are unsuited to the site. Also, some other things that we have noticed is the close spacing within planting. These kind of doesn't let the trees grow because another tree's canopy is covering it from the sun. And we have encountered some pest infestations and some structural decay in our trees. Something to take into consideration is that it's 26 removals, my bad, were conducted and are being conducted outside the tree trimming season. So our tree trimming season starts from October through January. We are bringing this up because when we are doing tree trimming, we might identify or I'll already identify other trees that need to be removed because we are looking at them on the closely side. Prior for removal, all trees inspected are inspected for active bird nests before removal. So far, none have been found, and we continue monitoring nests. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we are just pointing out the first 10 trees that were removed during that July notice. And then we also highlighted the other trees that were evaluated for removal. Next slide, please. This is in the Greenbelt between 24th and 18th. We identified 2 trees. Next slide. This is between Greenbelt, Pier Avenue, and the community center. We actually have that palm tree in front of community center is slated for removal. And we have another 4 trees on the Greenbelt side. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this area is between the 9th Street and 6th Street. We have 4 trees slated for removal there. And then this is between 2nd Street and Geronda tree. We have 1 tree closer on the Geronda side. We are trying to follow our Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, and this is more strictly to Chapter 12.36 for parkway trees. We don't really have a code for city trees, but when we can, we try to follow the same guidelines of 2-to-1 ratio. We are not using our city tree list because the city tree list is only for parkway trees. So we make sure that when we reached out to the arborists of what trees are well suited for our parks or greenbelt, what sizes should we get for like canopy restoration, because we are removing the 26 trees. So this is a list of the species that we got recommended. So we have a non-turf area and a turf area, and we have like for the non-turf area, we have the Chilean mesquite, the African sumac, jacaranda, ginkgo, Sydney red gum, sacred fig, Torrey pine, and then for the turf area, we have the western redbud, peppermint willow, nettlove oak, southern magnolia, Canary Island pine, and Engelmann oak. Trees in the turf areas also do well in non-turf areas, but we have to observe the watering. So we have to be careful to make sure that I water in the future. Next slide, please. So our planting plans. So we are trying to, these tree planting plans, we are trying to replace the trees as close as possible to the original trees that we remove, without adjustments only when necessary due to like the tight canopy coverage, root conflicts, and utility conflicts. That's one of the examples of the trees that we removed that we cannot put back in place is the Ficus Street in front of the Rotary Club because of all the utilities and tight constrictions that we have there. And then also we are recommending to replant the palm tree in front of the commission center at another location because palm trees, replanting cost is really on the bigger side. And I'll get into that in the cost estimates. So for replanting 52 trees, 24-inch size, that's the standard city size. It's between 450 to 850 per tree, and this is depending on availability, what type of tree we're picking, also depending on the nursery. The palm trees, we have seen that like around a 20-foot palm tree is $8,000 each for replacement. So the total cost estimate for replanting 52 trees is between $23,000 to $45,000. And the removal of the trees is around $35,000. So we have work under a city landscape contract, but we only have like a $50,000 contingency. So this will be required to be taken to council to discuss the budget or add additional funding, sorry. So this is our proposed tree planting plan. So this is Valley Park. As you can see, we have a couple jacarandas, ginkgos, western redbuds, Chilean mesquite, and southern magnolia. This tree planting plan was our city certified arborist helped us put this together, and he identified what size of trees would be more beneficial in each area. As you can see, like closer to the school, we have a little bit of larger size trees because they have a little bit more space. And then around the picnic area, picnic tables area, we have more medium-sized trees. And those like 22, 21, and 23, those since are in the field side, those are larger trees or southern magnolias. Next slide, please. In this, in the Greenbelt side, we did ask our maintenance team to provide feedback on where they would find beneficial to put back trees, because we have lost a lot of the canopy throughout the years. So they identify some areas that that are a little bit scarce on trees, and these are the areas, and this is the proposed plan. We did take this proposed plan to our Public Works Commission in September 17th. We got overall positive feedback. The only thing that they did mention is if we could move tree 33 outside of the intersection, because some sightlines could be problematic in the future once a tree grows. So in this area, we are proposing 1 Canary Island, 3 African sumac, and 3 jacarandas. Next slide, please. So this is a green belt between Portland Lane and 24th Street. We have 1 Sydney red gum, and we have 5 jacarandas and 4 ginkgos. Next slide, please. This is green belt between 21st Street and 18th Street. We are proposing here to plant 3 African sumac and then 3 ginkgos closer to 18th Street. This is green belt between 16 and Pier Avenue. We're proposing to plant 1 African sumac and then 1 jacaranda in front of the post office. And for green belt between 8th Street and 5th Street, we are proposing to plant 2 Sydney red gums. So our recommendation is for you, the commission, to receive a staff report, solicit public comments, and provide feedback on the recommended tree planting plan for Valley Park and the Greenbelt. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Todd, would you like to go first?
Sure. Well, I watched the public work meeting, so a lot of questions answered there. But I can't remember if this one was. Any new irrigation required for these trees, or not expecting that as part of this project?
No, this is why we are trying to identify which areas we don't have that much irrigation, like the Greenbelt. We're using more of the non-turf list, and then our city yard was the one that placed those locations, so they are familiar with the irrigation in that area.
Okay, and then in terms of the tree planting plan, just to make sure, I noticed, I could give you the specific numbers, but there are 6 planned alongside the parking pads on the Greenbelt. 6 trees planned for planting. I just want to make sure it was considered that, root systems potentially damaging those parking pads. Is that part of the consideration for the arborist?
Well, the Greenbelt was more from feedback from our yard. The arborists help us a little bit more on the Valley Park side. Okay. Can you point out the trees that you...
28 through 30 and 38 through 40, they're both right near Gould. Just want to make sure, we're not setting ourselves for a bunch of maintenance later with roots or blocking maintenance equipment from getting to the Greenbelt as necessary.
Got it. Yeah, we can definitely go back to your art and...
You don't have to do anything, just something I observed. A question in my mind worth consideration for the experts in that.
Of course. And then our yard is very familiar with some of these species because we do have them throughout. I know that they place the jacarandas in different places because they don't like to deal too much with the sap. So they try to stay away where they will require higher maintenance. So I know that something like the African sumacs in this pathway probably came into consideration for them.
I had one more question related to tree placement, and it's in Valley Park, 24 through 26. I believe those are planned for the space where the audience sits for Shakespeare by the sea. So I don't know if that was a consideration at all or not, or whether that's even a consideration important enough to say we shouldn't put trees there, but I wasn't sure where to ask that question, but I'll ask you if it was a consideration at all.
Yeah, and this is why we brought it here. We need as much feedback as we can in these planting plans, and that's something to take into consideration. We can definitely look another place for this type of trees.
Thank you. Tracy?
Thanks, Carla. Can you clarify when the new plantings will take effect? I know you said something about the city council budget. Does it need to go through
I'll let
budget
the
cycle.
Director
Yay,
Clemente
Joe's
answer that
here.
one.
Thank you,
Hey,
Carla.
Joe.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Good question. So as Carla was mentioning earlier, we want to get some feedback. We're going to take the feedback, make some adjustments to the planting plan. We want to get everyone's feedback on that. And then we do have to go to City Council because we have to raise our spending contingency. We only have so much spending authority. There actually are funds budgeted in the current fiscal year budget for tree replanting, but we have to increase that spending contingency in our contract. So the earliest that would potentially happen is either the November or possibly more likely the December meeting. But that's tentative, and then we would work to bring on potentially 2 different contractors to do the work. I think it might be a combination of our current landscape contractor, but we might also bring in another tree contractor to help supplement it because our tree contractor is going to be really busy with all the tree trimming work that's going to be happening in the winter, and this is a lot of plantings. And we might bring in a larger company that is more set up to be able to do plantings at a faster rate. So likely spring, my long way of saying spring.
Okay, also, thank you. You were talking about planting 24-inch box trees.
Yes.
I know that's the size of the box. Approximately, I know it would depend on the tree, the type of tree, but how tall are those 24-inch?
They usually tend to be between 5 foot to 8 feet. Some of them will. It's a variance depending on the species.
And then I noticed in the plan that you're removing trees south of 8th Street, but there's no plans to replant any.
Well,
On the greenbelt.
I'm sorry, can you?
I noticed that you're removing trees south of 8th Street from 8th Street down to Gerondo, but
Yes.
there was no plan proposed to replant any trees along the greenbelt there.
Well, we can definitely bring that to our yard if we need to switch some of the spaces where we want to put in more towards Gerondo. This, as mentioned, this is kind of our yard helping us where they think trees could benefit from maybe some sprinkler lines or the canopy area is not as big, but I do know that towards Gerondo we did list a little bit of canopy side, so we can definitely look into adding some.
Okay.
Of
And
the
then
trees.
lastly, we had I'm sorry.
Just to help on that, because I have the presentation in front of me, in one of the slides, Public Works did plan 2 tree replantings for the Sydney red gums from 8th Street to 5th Street. on the
Right, okay,
corridor.
so it was south of 5th Street. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. Lastly, we had a resident volunteer to donate 6 trees, and I wondered what that process would look like for her and her husband, and how would you accept the donation, and how would that work?
I think the city would be happy to accept the donations. I did speak with a resident earlier after she made the comment, and we are, grateful for the residents' contribution to the city, given that we have so many trees that need to be replanted. They're a little bit smaller than what we would normally plant, so we would have to find locations where they're going to be able to take hold without getting trampled. That's why we usually want to do the 24-inch box. But I think with proper staking, and if we get them maybe off the beaten path, they might have a better chance of taking hold. I think we are open to that. I think the exact species, they mentioned the Torrey pine is on our list. The other tree that was proposed.
The medallion tree?
Yes, they have the yellow flowers, it's a beautiful tree. We do need to go back to our arborist and verify if that's going to be a suitable tree for the locations. But I think that's something we are happy to work with them on. I know that resident did also mention the 2nd Street area. There were a couple trees that were recently removed just north of 2nd Street. And I know that's another area that's kind of become open. And I think that was one of the requests of potentially maybe looking at a planting in that location, which we're happy to take back and see if maybe we do make some adjustments.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Carla. That's it for me for now.
All right, Tom?
Just a couple of questions. I think we probably all listened to the Public Works Commission meeting, or most of us. It was an extraordinary meeting. A shout out to our fellow commissioners. They did a really good job on that, and Clark. My question is, what did we plant at the Loma entrance to Clark? We just planted 3 trees up there.
Oh, I'll have to double check on that one. I do not remember the species.
Because 2 of those 3 aren't doing that well. I mean, it's just my thought on that. And then at the meeting, Joe, you said you were looking at possibly working with merchants to do an inventory of our trees. Is that in the works, or a thought that would actually be some public works, larger cities, more money? They actually do an inventory of all their trees. They use GIS or GPS, where everything is in the city and what species it is. Is that information useful, or is it just too expensive?
So the city has an older inventory. We have somewhere in the order of magnitude of about 1,800 trees that we are responsible for. And that's in the parks and the parkways, scattered throughout the city. That inventory has been partially updated over the years. We actually are looking at doing a more comprehensive update because we will be re-advertising our tree maintenance services soon. That contract is going to be coming to an end, and so in anticipation of that, we are looking at doing a more detailed inventory.
All right. Elka?
Well, I am very attached to our trees in the parks and the greenbelt. And when I heard that 26 trees had died, I was thinking, well, how did this happen? Why isn't there an inspection and what's going on? And I called a certified arborist, American Arbor Care in Lomita, and I think he has done some work with the city. And he was kind of walking me through it. And the way, just as you explained it, there was an accident, a limb came down, and I imagine there was an inspection of all the other trees, and you determined that they weren't right for the soil, they were overwatered, there were all sorts of issues with them. And he, explained that arborists or city employees don't want to really take down trees. I mean, it's just as hard for you as it is, when I walk by and hear the chainsaws going off and people are calling, they're going, oh, they're taking down the trees. So he kind of walked me through it and said it is a liability. If you know that a tree is damaged, it may, nothing may happen, but if it could, it's a problem for the city. And, I appreciate you going through, and some trees look dead, others don't. So my question is, on some of these costs, I think it's $45,000 to purchase the trees, and then it's $35,000 for removal. Is that, I think you mentioned that in the report. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that our staff can do some of that as opposed to having the merchants landscape services do that? I know that I've planted trees with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy on the green belt. Not trees, little plants, I should say. But I mean, there's maybe a volunteer opportunity. I don't know if the city would permit that. Mm-hmm. And then, lastly, palm trees are a very big part of Southern California. I know they're expensive, but it seems like we're not replacing that kind of, tree in the Southern California typical tree. Is there any extras anywhere that we can move or?
So I'm going to maybe go backwards in your questions.
Yeah,
so
sorry,
the palm tree, no, thank you for all those questions, all good questions. So apparently there were more palm trees in front of the community center, and there's a history of them not doing well, which is also why we're not proposing to put one back, because this isn't the first one to be removed. I think there were several more in that location that have been removed in the last 5-10 years at that location. And given the cost to put it back, we don't want to replant where we've already continued to have that issue. It's just not doing well at that location. Not to say that we won't plant more palm trees in the future. I mean, separately from this plan tonight, I'll tell you now, we have a palm tree that's going to get removed on Pier Avenue. We're putting that one back because it's a signature tree. It's not part of the package tonight, but we are aware of where they really make sense, especially for wayfinding, kind of welcoming to the city to show, like, this is a beach community, and I absolutely agree with your comment on that. In terms of the cost, we are mindful of it, and I think that's why, too, we're kind of mentioning, we do our best to replant 2 to 1 where we can. We don't always do it. It's not a requirement. There is a range in these costs to do it, but it's also a lot more efficient to bring in someone who's set up to do this. We have to get the trees from a nursery. We want to make sure that they're good quality trees, that they're of a good size. We can certainly do it cheaper, but it's going to be a lot more care to get those trees to a bigger size, which is why we want to start off with something a little bit more substantial, of a 24-inch box. And this type of planning is really beyond kind of the labor power that we have available to do it at that scale. We do rely on help to bring it in and help supplement our staff. I would not recommend I know that we have some donations coming in. I will say our preference would be larger trees, because those smaller ones are going to be harder to care for and monitor over time. Bringing in the community, as much as we appreciate community help, those efforts generally require much more supervision and don't actually save staff time or city funding to do those efforts. So we are trying to do this as efficiently as we can, and try to restore some of the canopy that's been lost, not just with these removals, but we've had some pretty tough winters the last few years that have created some of these dead spots in the greenbelt that we're trying to replant.
And will there be regular inspections of these new trees? So if there's some kind of problem, they can prune them or add some kind of, fertilizer or anything to help them along, so we don't get in this situation again.
Right. Absolutely. So all of our trees do get inspected every year. I mean, we have a tree maintenance contract. City also provides additional oversight on that. So we have regular pruning that happens. There's a lot of care, but as Carla noted earlier, a lot of the species that were selected were not the best species suitable for the location, given the watering patterns that we have. And we got 1,800 trees. There's going to be loss of trees over time. As you noted, many of them were visibly dead. There was no foliage on them, and so they were things that needed to be removed. Others were not as apparent, but there were disease that was in it. I think that's something that we're looking to potentially enhance as we put out a new tree maintenance contract in the coming year, to really continue to look at what are those maintenance routines that are embedded into the contract, so we can make sure that our trees are saved. I mean, our goal is we want them to grow, the ones that we plant, so we'll do our best to monitor them. Not all of them are going to make it. There are trees, when we plant them, they don't make it sometimes. If some of them will come under a certain limited warranty, so if they die in that warranty period, we'll switch them out.
And I know that at Valley Park, that one slope right below the school, it's almost all sand. Are you going to be able to find a tree that can thrive in sand? I think that was one of the dead ones. I saw the picture a while back. I don't have the map number.
Yeah, I think arborists pick those, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering what you're going to do about those. I can't see the numbers, but.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, those 6, I mean, this is good feedback. I think it's something we're happy to take a look, and we can look at the tree and see if we can check the sand conditions and see if it's all sand and whether or not those trees are going to do well. But I appreciate the comment.
Yeah, I know.
1 through 6.
I mean, in my backyard, they were saying that the soil is very sandy, so that's not good for trees. And I think you have to find the right tree or just don't plant there, I guess.
Yeah.
In my yard, not necessarily there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have a number of questions. First of all, where did the 2-for-1 come from? How long have we had that policy, and why?
I can. This is from our municipal code. We follow these. It's actually specified in chapter 12.36, and the title is trees, but it's only identified for parkway trees. So this is what we hold our residents when they want to remove a tree where it's bigger than 12 inches in diameter. We have to go through a public hearing so they can remove it. More if it's not an immediate risk, the director has the right to approve a removal if it's an immediate risk. But when they go through Public Works Commission, they then have to come with a 1:2 ratio. They can either plant it within their parkway, or in some spaces they have to look for a space close to them, or even we have reached the point where they even can donate to us because there's not enough space, or the parkway is not that big because sidewalks needs to be 4 feet. The origin.
If I could jump in too.
Yeah.
To get on maybe to zero in on your question, the 2-to-1's only for parkway trees. There's no city requirement for replacement. However, as we require that for adjacent landowners to replace, the city generally tries to adhere to that 2-to-1 replacement. As far as I know, that's always been the tradition. I've been with the city for 4 years. I believe that predates my time. There's no written policy, but we generally try to adhere to it where feasible.
All right. So, the reason why I ask is that one tree being taken down, most of these I think we can agree are large trees. So one large tree removed and replaced by 2 smaller trees, because we are on a budget, if we would look at replacing that one tree with another one tree, we would maybe have more money for a larger tree. Because we have seen on the Greenbelt, we have replaced some trees or planted some smaller trees. They aren't doing very well. Not blaming anyone. I don't know what that is, but that was one of my thoughts, was if we could plant a larger, healthy tree, that might be useful. So that was one of my questions. The other one is, so many here. Are we planning, we know we have older trees, are we planting some of these trees because are we thinking down the road that these are older trees, they might need to be removed, so we're planting these other trees in whatever location because they might help, they'll be larger by the time the other tree dies? Are we that forward thinking? It might seem silly, but I'm trying to understand the location of where we've chosen to put some of these trees.
Right. So I think in general, we're trying to put trees back where there was canopy loss. So I think one of the big things, you cut down the trees and you instantly lose canopy, and there goes the shade in the parks. And so we're trying to restore, given in the distant future, because it's going to take years for these trees to get there, to put it back. I think in some cases, there were too many trees to put back at those locations, and we knew of other areas that have lost trees that needed more canopy, and so that's why not all the trees are going back. And Valley, for example, there's other locations in the Greenbelt where we're not taking any trees down, but we know we've lost trees over time and we have to put them back. Replanting is going to be an ongoing effort. It's not this one time. We've done it before this, and we're going to keep replanting into the future. I think it's going to be a constant cycle of removal and replanting and maintaining what we have. So it's a little bit of all that. The 2-to-1 in general, we're not the only city that has those types of policies, and other cities have different ratios. I think 2-to-1's one common ratio that they do. Other cities have even more stringent requirements, and they actually have a formula-based scenario where, depending on the species and the size and the age of the tree, they calculate how many replacement trees you can do. You can have high-value trees. For example, in a city that I used to work for, you could have a tree, you cut it down, and you owe 60 to 100 trees. It's really hard to replant those. And there's a lot of different thought processes on that. So for simplicity, we are adhering to our general 2-to-1 requirement where we can to try to put it back. Where we take it down, we're trying to enhance the canopy moving forward. That's generally the goal with that 2-to-1 ratio.
Okay. I'm looking at Valley Park right now, and as we talked before, the trees that are located on the hill below the school, and then all the trees that you're looking at, 12, 14, 17, 16, all of those are behind the restroom. The trees behind the restroom and the trees on that hill are possibilities for the dog park. We have a dog park subcommittee. We haven't met yet. I'm concerned that we're looking at taking away a possibility for, I'm saying dog park, dog run, whatever it's going to be. My concern is that I would like to see this delayed until we know what we're doing. Are we looking at a dog park at Valley Park? Are we looking at a dog park at South Park? What are our plans? And so this, again, why it's so important that Public Works and Parks and Rec have at least a yearly meeting. I know this kind of came up at the last minute, but if we were to have these meetings, we could work this out together. So all of this concerns me at Valley Park right now. I know you're saying it could be as long as 6 months, but it seems like we have a lot of work, and then we're going to throw a wrench into the works because there is a possibility that that might be the perfect place for this maybe dog park. So I'm throwing that out there. That concerns me. Not that there's anything you can do about that. But the other thing I'm wondering about our tree policy, how old is our tree policy? Have we visited our tree policy? I don't believe I've ever really spent any time paying attention to it, because it was never really before us. When was the last time?
The tree ordinance was updated significantly, I believe, in 2016, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
But largely for updates to the parkway, because that goes before Public Works Commission.
Parkway being the green belt and
Parkway. Good question. A parkway is really defined as the area between the roadway and a sidewalk. So those are the trees in the public right-of-way that abut residential properties. But a lot of the tree ordinance is related around the situations involving the care and maintenance of those trees.
Okay, I too watched the meeting and know that tree well. That house that is being torn down is a family friend of ours. A lot of memories in that tree that's being removed. So is there a policy, when we cut down these trees, are we replacing them with trees that I would call nesting trees? I'm concerned when we're cutting down that tree that we were just talking about in the right-of-way is, although it is a ficus, it is a very busy tree with lots of birds. It's being replaced with 2 palm trees. Now, I could be wrong, but I would not call those apples to apples. A nesting tree of a ficus versus a palm tree is not the same. Do we give that any consideration of what we're taking away and what we're replacing with when it comes to the animals that use them, whether it's the squirrels or the bugs or the birds?
So those trees aren't on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
You're speaking about parkway trees?
I think I'm talking about in general when
Sure.
we're thinking about the future of the animals that we are responsible for keeping healthy, whether they are the squirrels or the birds, the owls. We made a big deal about that owl tree, the palm tree, and the home that you built for it.
So I'm not a biologist, but I'll tell you, we got wildlife in all the trees, palm tree or not palm tree. I know for sure there's a family of owls that lives in a palm tree down the street.
All right.
So I think they all contribute to things that happen out there. I can't answer those questions for you tonight by any means, but I think all we're trying to do tonight is say we're taking trees down and we're trying to put some back, and we're trying to restore that canopy and maintain it. So
Okay.
I think that's the proposal for tonight.
All right. I think I'm done. Does anyone have any more questions before we open it up to public comment?
How big a deal is it to phase the replanting? If you were to hold off on the 2 areas in Valley, would that be a problem?
So what I would ask is that I think our preference would not to be to phase this. It's a lot of work. This has been a tremendous effort to remove these trees and coordinate taking them down and come up with a replanting plan. It would not be staff's recommendation to phase this. What I would ask is if you see that there's areas of concern for putting them back, I would prefer that we move ahead where we feel comfortable with trees, and we can always take some out, and there are other locations. For example, the resident mentioned to me tonight, there's some areas at 2nd Street. We can try to find some other locations to put some of these trees, but I don't see us being able to come back with this round of tree planting. It would be pushing it off far into the future. I definitely understand what you're saying, and that's why we're here tonight. We're here to get input. We went to Public Works Commission, we came here, and we're headed to City Council after this to continue to get input. It's hard to coordinate all these things, especially when there aren't firm plans. I can't predict where a dog park's going to be or whether there will be one, and what it's going to look like. Is it a dog run or a dog park? It's not funded at this time. So what I'm saying right now is if we really think that there's some prime candidates that we just want to leave some things out, let's talk about those and possibly take them off the list, and staff's happy to go try to find alternate locations to maybe plant some of those trees. Because I think if it's on the hill, I don't think that's probably a good location for a potential dog park, just with the grade that we'd have to maintain. But if there are some other areas around Valley or other, like I said, we're happy to maybe take them off and move them somewhere else.
Quick question about, can we move some of these trees to other locations in the city, like the right-of-way at the entrance of the south end of town? We have those boxes. And so my question is, if we were to look at other locations, because we have space, that we could take one or some of these trees and move them to a different location, not just Valley Park or not just the Greenbelt, but another location.
If they're city-controlled locations, yes. What I would not want to do is propose it in front of a residential property, because then that becomes the maintenance responsibility of the property owner. So we chose parks, the Greenbelt, because those are known areas where we had kind of tree vacancies or openings to put them. I'm not sure if I know where the planters you're referring to, but if it's a city planner, potentially we just have to look at it. But yeah, if there are suggestions, we're happy to take a look.
Okay. Any more questions? All right, well, let's open this up to public comment. I know we have 2 residents that have been here all night. They've been very good. You've learned a lot. So, Amari, do you want to give them the rules of the road?
If they want to hear it again.
Yeah. So you have 3 minutes, or between the 2 of you have 6.
I don't think we're going to take that much time, but definitely. If
1 second, I apologize for that. This is the time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name and city of residency. For the record, we will begin with the members of the public wishing to provide comments in our chamber. Oops, sorry. Your name. Okay. First, we have Anna Frankel.
Yes. My name is Anna Frankel, and I live at 2104 Hillcrest Drive, and this is my husband.
A little closer to the microphone.
Do I have to repeat that, or?
No.
Okay, good. The reason that we're here tonight is not anything about this specific proposal. Yesterday afternoon, there were signs posted on 2 trees outside my house and 1 tree in my neighbor's house that said, directed us to this meeting. They said that the trees that were being removed are dead trees, and to come to this meeting tonight or contact John Cordova office. Is that you? No, okay, so John Cordova's office. So I call, and the trees are not dead. I don't know why we're removing them, but they're not dead. So that's why I'm here. I called the office twice yesterday. I did get a call back, and the information that I received from the office is not accurate, and I just don't understand why the trees are being removed. They're saying they're dead. They're not dead trees. They were just planted by the city 1 or 2 years ago, because there was ficus trees that were being removed and were disrupting the sidewalk. They fixed all that. The city fixed all that. They put these 3 new trees in, and they're growing and they're thriving. So we're just concerned. I don't really know who to speak to then, if it's not Parks and Rec.
Mr. Frankel, do you have anything to say?
I think Anna pretty much covered it. Of course, we're on next to these trees that is also part of the city. We've planted there, we've tore it up recently, and now we're beautifying it again. These large ficus trees were torn out 2 or 3 years ago. The city took them out because they were disruptive amongst the sewers and stuff. So they pulled out most of them, not all of them, on 21st Street. And then they replaced them with these, I don't know what they're called. They look like plum trees. Anyhow, they're plum trees that were, whatever, yay high, 6 feet, 8 feet tall. The city replaced them, they concreted, and then, yesterday we got just a notification that the trees are sick and they're being removed, and then they're going to be replaced again. And there's really, and it's only 3 of the half a dozen trees that are planted. It's only 3 on 21st Street. One of the neighbors said that they were supposed to contact all the residents that the trees were near, and no one contacted us. I mean, all of a sudden the sign came up and it says the trees are sick, and they're clearly flourishing. I mean, they're beautiful trees, and I maintain them. I cut them, I make sure there's enough room for people to, families to move their strollers through or whatever with their kids. So we just came to the meeting to see if we can, be a tree advocate, and keep the trees, because it says, they're going to take them and replace them. I'm like, why would they do that again? And why not take them all out if for some reason? There's just a lot of questions that we didn't have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody online? All right, I'll bring this back.
Can you just give us the address?
Sure, we're at 2104 Hillcrest Drive.
All right, thanks.
Sure.
So I know we don't normally speak to people that come during public comment, during general public comment, but Lisa, could you give us a suggestion of where we want to move on to the rest of our meeting? But is there something we can do for this couple, an update? Thank you, Joe.
First, I'm going to give you my card. Please give me a call. I'm going to apologize because the notices that went up, they had the wrong information on it. And so I apologize for that. I think with all the tree work that's going on, the wrong notice was posted. They were slated for removal, but not for that reason, and they were not attached for the agenda item tonight. So I'm happy to speak with you about the reasons why. Tomorrow I'll either give you a call or have somebody else, or give me your information and we'll contact you separately from tonight. Okay. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for waiting. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for coming. All right, so bringing this back, I'm going to start the other end. Elka, do you have something you want to share, some thoughts?
I think I kind of went over everything where I stand. I understand kind of the policy now and why. I think with the dog park, from what I understand as potential locations, it was north of that slope. And then the other area they were proposing was right behind the Kiwanis Club in an open grass area. So I don't know if these trees kind of touch that area or not. Obviously, that can change. They could say, oh, we want it here. But I think where those, where they're suggesting at Valley Park, it's kind of like a garden area. I think that the Boy Scouts had planted there, and there's some trees around there. So I don't know if the dog park people want to consider every single location, but from what I remember, it was up on the west side and then Kiwanis in the grassy area.
I think there was one other area they had proposed, which was immediately behind the Valley Park sign on that slope. So not quite to where these trees are, because there's a concrete path and these trees are for the picnic tables. Maybe some of the outer ones, though, are encroaching on that spaces. But Barbara.
All right. Tom?
Well, first, thank you. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort here. And I really love the design with the selection of the species on Valley Park. I think that jacaranda in the Ginkgo area could really be pretty. So I'm going to try to last another 15 years so the trees will be big enough to appreciate. But yeah, on the dog park itself, I totally understand your concern, Barbara. I get it. I really like the plan that they have for that area with the trees.
Okay. Tracy?
No one wants to see trees come out. I live in a townhome community, and we've taken trees out for various reasons, and it's always upsetting. But I really appreciate the work that's gone into this, and the plan to try to do 2 to 1. I do appreciate that a lot. I guess my question for the dog park is, can a tree and a dog park coexist?
Have you ever seen what a dog does to a tree?
Okay. Cat person. But anyway, I really appreciate all the effort and all the information and all your time.
All right. Todd?
Yeah, likewise, appreciate all the presentation, time, and effort put into this. And I think the only thing I was going to say about it is I also appreciate the attempt for 2 for 1, but like I think was stated at the Public Works Commission, I don't feel you need to be bound by that. And technically you aren't, but whether it's for budget or concern for location reasons, I think striving to get there is fine, but not necessarily a hard requirement to me.
So the comments about the dog park, it's too soon for us to know anything about the dog park because we haven't met, we don't know, we haven't even contacted residents near any of our parks yet. But my concern is that we would take away an option. So I get it, but that's my only concern about the northeast corner of the park. I appreciate, especially the jacarandas. That might be the perfect place to put them because those things are horrible to be near anything like a car or a picnic area. The 2 for 1, I'm not a fan of feeling like we have to put a tree, 2 trees in place of 1 tree in a certain area. As long as we replace the trees in the entire city, I'm all in on that. I would like to take the time to look at some of the planters down the middle of Hermosa Avenue that look pretty sad. They have some old succulents in there. So I'm hoping that it's something that we could look at the location of where those planters are as being an option for something, especially some of the smaller trees that we might end up having to use.
You just stimulated a thought. Hermosa Avenue, the median south of Pier, is about to get a lot of trees planted as part of the Green Streets project. That project's going to install permeable gutters, but also part of the grant component was to do tree planting. So there's actually a lot of trees coming to South Hermosa Avenue. That project's slated to start construction potentially in November because it's being coordinated with our sister cities. So it's kind of contingent on a larger construction schedule, but there are trees coming there.
Oh, I have another question for you. Regarding I'm not going to use the right verbiage here, but we did have a resident cut down trees or remove trees. We didn't have, is it the tree policy that didn't have any kind of a penalty for that? Are we working on that? We know the resident was forced to replace those trees, but the resident wasn't really financially punished for the damage that was done to older trees. Are we still working on trying to figure out what we can charge someone for damaging city property?
So
do we call those
couple different
trees?
things.
Do we call those trees city property
if it's
in the right of way?
If it is in the parkway, it is in the public. It's the public right of way. So while the adjacent landowner is responsible for care and maintenance of that tree, ultimately it's public property, so they're not allowed to remove it without approval. So the city has administrative citation writing ability, and that's something that we did use for that instance. And actually those citation amounts were raised in the last couple of years. Council did request for our team to bring back an item to them looking at administrative citation specifically for trees to see the suitability of that level. However, the code also requires that if a tree is removed without any approval by the city, a parkway tree, that they're required to replant it at cost. So we have two different things. If they take it down, they can get cited, and the responsible party's responsible for putting it back, whatever the cost that may be.
Right, but
And that's current.
But the trees that were replanted were smaller. They weren't. Well, I'll just call them nesting trees because they're so small right now. But I think what maybe I'm saying, and I believe the council was questioning whether or not we have a penalty that really would stop someone from cutting down a tree because it might be worth it to remove a tree that they don't like. Then they get to plant a smaller tree, and financially, it's no big deal. So are we looking at that financial?
It's a future agenda item
okay.
at City Council.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So all I'm going to say is I'm concerned about taking away options for a project, yes, that's off in the future. So I'm asking that Public Works consider that with how many trees they want to plant in the northeast corner of Valley Park. And I think I'll leave it at that. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I think this is a receiving file.
Is it a receiving file? It is a okay, well, see, there we go.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the staff report on the proposed tree replanting plan after the tree removals at Valley Park and on the Greenbelt.
Okay. A second?
Second.
Voting is now open. All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
All right. So next for future agenda items, Lisa, you want to provide?
No,
We
there's
are
one
going to
more.
be
Who am I
approval of
missing?
2026.
Oh, I missed
Me.
Wow. That's really sad. So sorry. Approval of the 2026 returning impact level 3 special event designation of Second Nothing Weekend.
Thank you, Chair Elman. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. This item is staff's recommendation to recommend approval of the returning CBVA events to the 2026 special events calendar and the designation of a Second Nothing Weekend. Next slide. At the Commission's September 2nd, 2025 meeting, staff acknowledged a potential conflict involving the August 28th through 30th CBVA event dates, as those dates are not Labor Day weekend, which is a weekend historically requested by the event producer. After discussion with the event producer, they confirmed they updated their event date requests to that weekend, which is September 4th through the 6th. The event is a low-impact event consisting of volleyball tournaments throughout the year on the dates presented in the staff report. This event only qualifies as impact level 3 due to the fact that there are event date requests in the peak season and on the Memorial Day holiday. Next slide. Lastly is the proposed Second Nothing Weekend for 2026. In alignment with the Special Events Policy Guide, the city schedules at least one Nothing Weekend annually to ensure that during the peak season between Memorial Day and Labor Day, the community has at least one weekend free from special events. Following similar actions taken by the Commission and City Council during the development of the 2020 through 2025 special events calendar, staff recommends including 2 Nothing Weekends on the 2026 special events calendar. At its September 2nd meeting, Commission approved the first Nothing Weekend as August 22nd through 23rd. Staff recommends June 6th through the 7th serve as the Second Nothing Weekend. Next slide. If all event dates are recommended for approval, staff would present the Commission's recommendation on the Impact Level 3/returning 2026 special events to City Council at its October 14th, 2025 meeting for review and formal action. As always, staff has asked the event producer to be in attendance should the Commission have any event-related questions. This does conclude my verbal, and staff are available for any questions.
Do we know, is the event holder up? I know he and his wife just had a little baby.
Let me check Zoom, and
I would have been surprised. But if he is listening, congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Brown, on their lovely daughter. Okay, so bringing this back, do commissions have any questions of staff? We're pretty happy with this. All right. The only thing I'm going to say is I would like to thank Yanni Lang for the idea of the Nothing Weekend. We were on a special events subcommittee for a couple of years, and we were sitting at a table, and it just was a kind of like, well, why can't we have a scheduled Nothing Weekend? So we were excited about that, and then the fact that we were able to have 2, I think it's the very least we can do for the residents. So I'm very happy that we were able to bring back and find another weekend where there's absolutely nothing. Volleyball courts are open for use. So does anyone want to, open this up to public comment?
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name and city of residency for the record. We will begin with the members of the public wishing to provide comments in our chamber. Seeing no one and no one on Zoom.
Okay. Come on, these people go to bed early. All right, bringing it back for discussion or consideration.
I make a motion?
Thank you.
I motion to recommend approval of the 2026 Returning Impact Level 3 special event for CBVA and the designation of the Second Nothing Weekend.
A second.
Voting is now open. All members have voted. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Great, thank you. Now I will move on to future agenda items. Lisa, would you provide an update? You've been so
you.
quiet.
I know. So we moved this update from the Community Resources Director's report to this part of the agenda to make note of future agenda items directed by council and a glimpse into our next meeting's agenda. So we do have a presentation to accompany this agenda item now. All right, we can go to the next slide. So on this first slide are the items directed to the commission from City Council. It should be noted that one item does need to be added to this list, and that is consideration of a department name change from Community Resources to Parks and Recreation. So we'll get that added on this list, but all other items we have went over at previous meetings. Next slide. Okay, so looking into our November action items for commission consideration as of today, we do plan on bringing the department name change to the commission for review and input at our November meeting. We also will be bringing new event requests in November. So I just want to note those are not noted on this slide, but will be coming to the commission in November. We would also bring the council-directed item to review the municipal code section pertaining to vendor sales on public property as part of special event permits, and part of that code touches on alcohol in the beach in association with special events. So that's definitely going to be a part of the conversation when we bring that item forward. And we will also have an update this next item, the potential expansion options for the Hermosa Beach Museum. We actually reviewed the council meeting again when council requested this to be a future agenda item, and it was not directed to the commissions for review. It was directed to bring this item back to City Council as an action item. So it will not be on a future commission agenda, but staff will be providing links to the report when it is ready to go before council to keep the commission up to date on this item. And we do anticipate bringing this item to the council before the end of the year. And that concludes the current future agenda items presentation.
Does anyone have any requests or anything to share? Well, I do. The possible the discussion about alcohol on the beach that's a rather that's a big deal.
It is.
Both ways.
It'd be a significant change.
How are we planning on sharing the fact that that is going to be discussed at our meeting on November 3rd? Are we thinking that we should do more than we usually do? What's your thought?
I'm still gathering my thoughts on that, but I'll definitely update the commission as soon as we've decided. I'm not sure if it should be advanced as a public hearing item because it necessarily wasn't directed to be a public hearing item, and there's resources and expenditures associated with going through a public hearing. So I'm still trying to work out the details. Of course, we would notice all our special event producers, but it's not only them that would need to be notified. So still working through exactly how it's going to come back and what part of the agenda it will be on.
All right, because I do feel that there are times when the residents don't feel that they know what's going on, and although it's always there on the city's website, sometimes you don't know what you don't know.
Correct.
So,
and since it would require municipal code changes, it would ultimately have to go through a public hearing. I'm just not sure if this initial review and collecting feedback and input from the commission would go through a public hearing. But ultimately, if council recommends changes to allow for vendor sales on the beach from event producers and associated vendors with their event and alcohol on the beach, there has to be 2 public hearings associated with that municipal code change.
Not 1, 2.
Yeah, it comes back. I think it comes back as a public hearing, and then the second reading comes back as an agenda item, but that's not through a public hearing.
Okay.
So 1 public hearing, I'm sorry. But it would ultimately end up on the council's agenda likely a total of at least 3 times, and 1 through a public hearing.
And
But, sorry, but the time it comes through us, November, will be like the only time it probably comes through us, is that?
oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That'll be the only time, and then after that, it'll be up at city council level. Is that?
Unless city council directs it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
unless they kick
send it back.
Okay, so next meeting is our opportunity, and the community's opportunity to provide some feedback and comment on whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Just because we're talking about future agenda items, tonight for me was another example again of where we have 2 commissions that don't seem to be working together as much as possibly they could. So I'm just wondering where we are about having a meeting of both Public Works and Parks and Rec before the CIP meeting next year. I know that's on your to-do list. Is it?
This is still the plan.
Okay.
Yes. So I will be working with the Public Works Director to advance that before the CIP study session in April.
Okay, and that probably would be the meeting that we would have. We wouldn't necessarily have a meeting of both Public Works and Parks and Rec, and then also have a Parks and Rec meeting? Would we get both? Do we know?
Hard to say at this time because we haven't confirmed our 2026 meeting schedule, and with consideration of how many projects the commission has right now, it might be beneficial to keep our regular meeting the same month. It just kind of depends on the schedule of when we would have that joint meeting too.
And when are we going to be looking at our schedule for 26? Are we doing that in December or no?
I believe we usually do it in the month of December.
Okay. All right. Do the commissioners have any requests for future agenda items?
You know, I just wanted to say you were correct, Chairperson Elman. I'm looking at the updated Barkfur Park, and there is a portion of Valley Park, a sliver in the eastern portion of that park.
All right.
So I was using the original report.
Perfect. All right. So then we're going to go on to Community Resources Director's report.
I actually don't have any updates. They were kind of included in the discussion this evening and in the upcoming city events presentation.
All right. Does anyone have anything to ask of Lisa before we adjourn?
Just double checking, we don't need public comment for the future agenda item because there was a discussion.
We do not for future agenda items.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian.
But thank you for asking. Then I will adjourn tonight's meeting to Monday, November 3rd, not Tuesday, November 4th, because Tuesday, November 4th, we're all voting. So thank you very much, and we'll see you on November 3rd. Get that one.